jumping.
yeah.
And on this one, I'm just sitting back.
Yeah, just, I know.
Don't understand.
I know, I just leave. Yeah, I know, but it's amazing.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm calling the meeting to order for the September 14th study session. Madam Clerk?
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
Thank you. So we're now going on to current business, and the first item is clarification of items on the consent calendar. Councilmember Brenner, do you need clarification regarding any of the items?
No.
Councilmember O'Neill? Councilmember Dixon? Councilmember Blom?
I have none.
Councilmember Duffield?
I have none.
Mayor Pro Tem?
None.
And I have none. Thank you. Next item is a proclamation acknowledging Constitution Week. So is Ashley Road out here? Come on down. Could you tell us a little bit about Constitution Week?
Well, I'm a little on the spot, but
That's okay.
I'm a member of the Daughters of American Revolution. We have a local chapter here in Newport Beach, and we celebrate Constitution Week by taking items to all the local schools, encouraging the schools to
Great.
teach the kids about the Constitution. And it's September 17th through the 23rd.
Well, it's worthy of us to certainly
Thank you.
recognize it, and we've got a proclamation here, and it's
Fantastic. That's something I also take to the schools so they can show the students.
great. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'll just read it briefly, and then we can meet down there for a photo.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So whereas September 17th, 2021 marks the 234th anniversary of drafting the Constitution of the United States by the Constitutional Convention, and whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary, and to the patriotic celebrations which will commemorate the occasion, and whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America, designating September 17th through the 23rd as Constitution Week. Now, therefore, I, Brad Avery, Mayor of the City of Newport Beach, on behalf of the entire Newport Beach City Council, do hereby proclaim September 17th through the 23rd as Constitution Week. So, in witness thereof, I have hereto set my hand and caused the city seal of Newport Beach to be affixed this 14th day of September 2021.
I've read those proclamations many times.
I did the first time.
That's funny.
You might need that on your resume. Oh,
Okay, and the next item is a check presentation from the Friends of the Newport Beach Library. Is Amy Hunt here? Great. So Amy, you're president of the Friends of the Library.
Yes, I'm Amy Hunt. I'm president of the Friends of the Library, and this is something we really enjoy doing because the whole purpose of our organization is to support the library. And this check presentation is the culmination of a really tough year that we spent in the Friends room during the pandemic. We shut down as everything else did for a number of months. We figured out what we were going to do, how we could reopen, obviously not in our bookstore, which hopefully you've all visited, and it's too small for more than one or two people. We looked at carts in the lobby and figured that wouldn't work, and then we figured the Friends room is empty, nothing's going on, and a couple of the board members took the idea to Tim, can we use the room? And he said, absolutely. And so we just made it work. We started stockpiling donations, which we didn't have to do too hard a job because people were still dropping them off, even though we told them not to. And anytime you go outside the library, you'd find bags or boxes of something. And a couple of us were able to come in and price. And then We opened about a week after the library did. We couldn't do shelves. We did tables. We took just some of the stock over there. We figured things like fiction, children, cooking, things that people would be interested in. About 2/3 of our volunteers were happy to come back and work, even during the pandemic. They were probably happy to get out of the house for a while. If any of you visited the temporary thing outside, we were outside in the bamboo courtyard for part of it. So the doors were open. We all were wearing masks. We had hand sanitizer. We had gloves. Our cashiers, most of our volunteers were outside. We took donations outside. We had limits inside. Everybody felt really safe. We started small, and it just grew as things opened up. We got more and more customers. And when we were finished, we moved back to the small store about the beginning of July. In June, I looked up one day and we had 25, 30 people in the store, which was amazing because, again, our tiny little store would hold about 10 at the most. And we just did really well. And the library staff, Tim and the rest of his staff, was wonderful. My board, of which some of are here right now, I'm going to introduce. That's Ida Vanderbroek, who's in charge of sales, Janet Callister in charge of publicity, and Pam Crook in charge of special events, along with a few other members who could not be here. We were all here. Several of us were working 4 or 5 days a week. We had the store, little store. We had our temporary store. We had stock in the back. We had recyclable bins. Each of us probably walked 3 or 4 miles each day that we were here. And so, anyway, we're thrilled to be here, to be able to present the check for $200,000
Great.
to the library.
Well, I went by, I think, right when it was being set up, maybe a few days into it, and that looked like a lot of work to me. All those books, boxes and boxes, and the sorting and all the rest of it, and you had a bunch of people there, and they were getting it done.
It was a lot of work. We have a lot of volunteers who were happy to do that. We had wonderful customers. We had people who didn't know that we existed inside the little store and just kind of wandered into the courtyard because we had signs all over the place about where we were, and got new customers that way. So it really, as hard working as it was a really positive experience.
Well, what great support for one of our most noble institutions in town here, the library. Let's take a photo.
Let's take a picture. I know, I'm waiting for it.
Got to back up here. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Let's do one more. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Somebody, yep.
I was going to put it in the lobby on an easel. You okay?
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Okay, now we're moving on to SS4, which is an inclusionary housing ordinance overview and considerations. And we have a report over
Yes.
here to our right.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Avery and City Council members. I'm Simone Georges, Community Development Director, and with me I have Ben Zadiva, who's a Senior Planner. Just giving you a little update. So we have submitted our housing element to HCD, and it's a mandatory 60-day review. So we still got another 30 days before we get any comments back from HCD. But in our draft housing element, we do have a policy about adopting inclusionary housing ordinance. And so tonight, we just really wanted to have a frank discussion with you talk to you about what an inclusionary ordinance is and the pros and cons of adopting an ordinance. And we'd really like to get some direction from the City Council. Which way would you like us to go? Would you like us to work on an ordinance? Would you like us to wait? So we'd like to get some type of consensus from the council as far as direction-wise on with regards to an inclusionary ordinance. So I'm going to go ahead and turn over to Ben, and he'll make the presentation. We've got about 18 slides for you.
Thank you, Simone. Good afternoon, Mayor Avery, City Council members. Ben Zadiba at the Planning Division. I'll try to keep this brief, and we'll allow, obviously, questions at the end. So just starting off with background, I know this is not the first time we've talked about inclusionary housing programs before you. You do see June 22nd and July 13th, both those study sessions. We touched on inclusionary housing. There was a general consensus to study inclusionary housing in more detail before making a decision. But we generally looked at 15% as the baseline accepted for discussion purposes moving forward. And you'll notice that's consistent with Draft Housing Element Policy 1K, which is in the current draft. It does talk about adopting an interim policy within 6 months of housing element adoption. Again, you'll see that 15%. And really, we're looking to study in more detail and adopt an ordinance within 3 years of the housing element adoption. So we're talking 2024, 2025 at that point. So our goals for today, I just wanted to outline them for you here. Again, this is not the first time we've talked about inclusionary housing with you all. This is just going to be a refresher, so some of it will be redundant. We're going to share the basic structure of an ordinance. We're going to pose some questions for feedback, kind of look at what a possible ordinance might look like, and then also look to get some feedback, as Simone said, on whether you want to move forward with an ordinance or wait. So this is going to look familiar. We've shown this definition before. Really, the takeaway is that inclusionary housing programs are intended to help produce affordable housing in markets that are higher cost. So obviously, Newport Beach is higher cost for development. It's harder to make projects pencil when there is an affordable requirement in place, depending on how high that may be, which we'll talk about more later. But that's kind of the highlight of this slide is, again, the intent is to require and encourage production of affordable housing in higher cost development markets. So the basic structure of an ordinance, you talk about applicability. What projects are going to be affected by this ordinance? Where do we want to draw the line as far as what residential development is going to trigger the need for inclusion? Set aside requirements, we're looking at the minimum percentage of affordable units required for a project. So that's where you get that 10 to 15, 20% inclusion is what we're looking at there. Income targeting talks about you can encourage specific development types for affordability based on income levels, and you can basically determine the mixture that you'd like to see when there is inclusion percentage. So we'll talk a little more about that later, but you're looking at 15%. You can stipulate 5% very low, 5% low, 5% mod, however you want to make that composition. That's what income targeting is talking to. And lastly, alternatives and incentives. The alternatives are where we're looking at in lieu affordable housing fees. If we want developers to be able to pay into an affordable housing trust fund of sorts to where we can pay into future affordable projects. Incentives is looking at what incentives do we want to offer developers to help encourage production of on-site affordable housing development. So that would be constructing those units on the same site as the project as opposed to paying into a fee or constructing them off-site elsewhere. So you've seen this before as well. Again, this is just showing you the range of inclusionary percentage that exists in several Southern California cities. Again, the red percentage for the city of Irvine, as we understand it, is they are pursuing potentially increasing to 20% from 15%. And again, you'll notice the range is between 10 and 20% in each of these examples. Just to highlight a few, if I can get the clicker to work, there we go. So City of Encinitas, the applicability is 7 or more units. You'll see there is a sliding scale of 10 to 15% inclusion, and basically the income targeting that I was talking about, if you do 10% very low income, you only have to do 10%. You don't have to do 15% at that point. If you want to do anything higher than very low income, then that's where in the 15% territory. There is an in lieu option, and as we understand it, they're currently studying to update that. that is in progress. I think it's between the first and second readings. So Beverly Hills is 10 or more units, 10% affordable, and basically 10% across the board, no matter how you slice it. They're just looking for affordable units. There is an in lieu option, and just of note, that was recently adopted in December of 2019. So that was when the housing elements were being kind of shaped by the RENA requirements.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a couple quick questions? So, so comparing this to Irvine, for example, so when we're looking at this, and I'm trying to just understand threshold numbers. So in Irvine, they've got an inclusionary percentage, and the threshold is all units. So, you know, we sometimes get one-offs that are less than 10 units. So how would if they've got like a 5-unit, how do they spread out 5% very low, 5% low, and 5% moderate? I know it's not fractional, so how are they handling that when they have small units?
Good question, Councilmember O'Neill. I can try to take that. So I'm not extremely familiar with Irvine and the components of their ordinance, but I can talk to the city's previous ordinance because that applied to all residential subdivision projects. So even a condominium project in Corona del Mar where you're converting a single unit to a duplex, we didn't require a unit, but they had to pay an in lieu fee. So there are other alternative means of compliance when you have a smaller project. I imagine that's probably the same for Irvine.
And I'm going to jump into, so typically if you have a fractional, you just round up just to the 1 unit. What we're going to share, if you could see on that table in front of you, those threshold units on the left. So if you have, for Carlsbad, 7 units or less, it just doesn't apply. So there is a threshold about where it won't make sense to apply in affordable housing.
Yeah, so that's why I'm looking at. I mean, it's interesting the Beverly Hills. Can we go back to the Beverly Hills? It's just kind of interesting Beverly Hills did this because I understand if you have 10 units, 10%, at that point you're not fractional anymore. You have one. The challenge though is if you're trying to find a way to actually meet your RENA numbers, you're probably going to incentivize people to do one moderate income, and I don't really know why they would do one very low or one low in any situation. So, because that's not going to get you your density bonus, is it?
So the 10% can get you can actually do 5% very low and get a 20% bump.
Even at that small a number?
For very low. And then when you get to 10%, you just do 10% low. And I want to say you get a 10% bump possibly. Well, we have it in the slide and we'll get to that.
Okay. All right. Okay. Then I'll wait.
Yeah.
Right. And then moving into, we already kind of touched on this, but our previous ordinance, which was repealed in 2013, once we had our 5th cycle RENA requirement of 5 units, we did have the in lieu option. And again, just giving an example, the applicability was for all for sale projects, which applied to condominiums, as we said, in Corona del Mar, where they would pay an in lieu affordable housing fee as opposed to a unit. That did pay into a pot, which eventually went into the veteran affordable housing project in West Newport. So those funds did get put to work. So here's just a preview of questions, things that we're going to go through in the coming slides. So we're going to look at when should the requirements apply. Again, that's that unit threshold that Councilmember O'Neill touched on. Is there a threshold of project size you want to apply? What's the minimum percentage of those units to set aside as affordable? So that's the 10, 15, 20%. And then how should that minimum be distributed across income levels? So do you want to require less of an inclusion for very low income in order to encourage very low income housing development? And then lastly, what alternatives and incentives do we want to offer? So that talks about in lieu affordable housing fees, and again, incentives to potentially produce units on the same site as a project. We're going to dive through each question. So when should the requirements apply? So again, we can establish a project size threshold. And for example, we can say, as you saw on the chart, all residential projects regardless of size, and then all residential projects with more than X units. So that can be established by council ordinance. Question 2, what is the minimum percentage of units to set aside as affordable? So again, this is that 10 to 20% range. We have a note on here about the city of Anaheim, which was not in the chart. They do not currently have an inclusionary ordinance. It sounds like they're studying some form of a way to encourage affordable housing production without doing an inclusionary ordinance. And at this point in time, they're studying a fee. As I understand it, they don't want to call it in lieu affordable housing fee, but it's some sort of fee imposed on residential projects that would pay into an affordable housing trust fund or some sort of pot that would be taken from for affordable projects. So that note is there for that purpose. And then this is really important. So we've talked about this before. When you have a higher percentage to set aside, it can result in more affordable units. However, it could impact the financial feasibility of a project. Lower means less affordable units, but it's obviously easier for a developer to pencil. The last note, so HCD doesn't have much on their site or on their guidelines about taking a stance on inclusionary requirements. But from what we know, if it's something that's higher, we need to be able to provide an analysis that shows that it's not a constraint on development. So the city would be responsible for doing the running the numbers and making sure that is not an impediment to affordable housing development. So that would apply to anything, high 20 and above, let's say. Question 3, how should the minimum be distributed? So again, we can use this to encourage development of affordable units for certain income levels. And I gave you an example here, and this is reminiscent of the the Encinitas example. So 10% requirement when the units are affordable to very low income households, as opposed to a 15% requirement when units are affordable to low or moderate income households. So you can distinguish which requirement applies to which income household levels. And then lastly, question 4, what alternatives and incentives do we want to offer? So again, talking about alternatives, you're looking at in lieu affordable housing fees. You can allow offsite construction or conversions of existing units, land dedication for affordable housing elsewhere, and others. I mean, there's other creative opportunity there. Incentives are interesting. When you look at incentives, there are default state incentives, such as density bonus, which we've talked about a little bit. Density bonus applies when you're putting units on the same site. So that would be an incentive for developers to construct those units affordable to families on the same site. There's also state funding, federal funding that would apply. And then there are cities who do above and beyond and offer things like rental assistance and marketing efforts for these units. So there are some incentives that we've seen in model ordinances that are above and beyond what the state and federal governments will offer. So segueing into state density bonus law, kind of what Simone was touching on, the percentages you see on the table, I know it looks like a lot of numbers, but we've highlighted a few there. So the green table that you see on the far left, so if you were to develop 5% very low income units, you get a 20% density bonus. 10% low income units, you get a 20% density bonus. And then moderate income units, you're getting 10% of the unit makeup, you get 5% density bonus. And then that continues and continues until you get 50%. So that one runs off the slide there. But the takeaways are, this is a state requirement, this is state law, it's allowed regardless of what our ordinance says. And in fact, our ordinance today doesn't quite match up with this, so we go with what state law states. This is, again, an incentive to develop the affordable housing on site with the project. And just of note, there were legislative updates recently that allow up to 50%, where it was 35% previously. And then just last point, this is not applicable if someone chooses the in lieu affordable option. So if someone pays into that pot, they don't get to take advantage of density bonus.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask one? Thanks. So let's say we set up a system where we had a 15% inclusionary zoning ordinance across the board, including a very low income requirement. In this scenario, based on what we're looking at right now, if a developer proposed a 100 unit project that had 15 very low income units in it, that developer could actually build 150 units on a, if they had 15 very, very low income units. Am I understanding that?
That is correct.
So we need to have one, so I'm not saying we shouldn't, but I'm trying to just why in that scenario it's not our inclusionary zoning ordinance that is going to drive the decision by the developer. It's going to be the density bonus law, and almost entirely. I mean, even if we said, hey, 555, I mean, you're looking at this right now, you get 20 extra units for, well, I guess it wouldn't, well, gosh, I'm sorry, let me back up for a second. If we said 15%, 5 have to be very low, 5 have to be low, 5 have to be moderate, doesn't that screw up their low income or moderate income density bonus by saying, hey, 5, 5, 5, because they have to go to 10 in order to go to low income units?
Yeah, and I think you're correct. It does. The simpler is better for the math. And I guess your question, Councilmember O'Neill, is like, why do we need an inclusionary ordinance when we can just allow the private markets to dictate and just take advantage of density bonus law? I think the challenge for the city, for Newport Beach, is, we need to produce affordable housing because I have to report it on an annual basis. And if we're not meeting our RENA numbers, then we're going to be forced to do more rezoning and adding more properties. I think if you look at that table there, maybe that 5%, 5 for very low, and you get a 20% bump, maybe that's just too low for us. And that's the discussion we're trying to have with the city council. I kind of personally, I think 5% is too low. I think we need to be at 10 or above. So we can actually encourage and have a minimum of affordable housing that actually does get produced. And so that's why we're having this discussion now.
Yeah. So doesn't it seem more likely that what's going to end up happening on the bigger projects, they're going to run this analysis, and they're going to almost completely ignore the idea of who cares about the inclusionary zoning ordinance. It seems like the inclusionary zoning ordinance is going to be for the smaller projects and also for the in lieu fees associated with those smaller projects.
Correct.
Which just makes construction more expensive, which is the problem in California anyway. Okay.
Ms. Brenner.
Simone, I just wanted you to clarify for the general public, this density bonus that the state is offering them has no affordable housing requirement?
So the density bonus law, it's an option for a developer. And the option is, and we'll take that first column there, if the developer says, I'll convert 5% of the projects to a very low income, then they could increase their density by 20% above and beyond our city maximum. So we have a city zoning maximum for the maximum amount of units, and they can take, and the state law will preempt us, and they can bump that density up by 20% if they provide 5% of their units as very low.
So for us to not have a high inclusionary policy, they're just going to do the minimum number and get to build as big a project as they would like, and then that would minimally help our affordable housing numbers.
Well, I do think that a developer would take advantage of the density bonus law. Mm-hmm. I think that sweet spot, personally for me, is that very low column, that first column where it says 1550, where you just need to provide 15% very low income, and you can boost your density by 50%, which is huge.
For us to, I know Nancy Scarborough has computed this, but I'm wondering if you've done your own analysis of, in order to get to the number of affordable housing units that we need in Newport Beach, how many units would, at which inclusionary policy would we have to build?
So I don't think it's a very straightforward analysis. Clearly, we can make some assumptions that they're just going to use the minimum here, 5% and 20%, and that's really going to boost up that number. But we have to take into account there are developers that may want to build 100% affordable. They may want to build 40% affordable. And clearly, it's not going to be a lot. There's going to be a small number that will do that. So it's hard to judge how many units will actually get produced to hit those RENA numbers. And again, now today's state law is different than the past state law.
Is there a way to give us a round number, like at the inclusionary policy of 10%, how many units we would have to allow in order to get there, or at 15 or 20%?
So, certainly, we could definitely do that back of the envelope. We could try to make that math. I just haven't done it.
Because that's a critical part of this puzzle for us.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just kind of to follow up on that line of questioning, I was just doing my own back of the envelope here. So at 15, what's our 4980? Is that our number of RENA number?
4845.
Okay, well, approximately 4,900. 15% is about 700 and 30 something, and 20% of affordable, and 20% is about 900. So we've got a long way to go.
Sure.
So even with this type of incentive, it still does not get to the 4,900.
And you're absolutely correct. And, we're looking around to the other agencies to see how they're approaching it, where you have the city of Anaheim doesn't even want to adopt an ordinance. They just want to kind of develop a fee. And city of Beverly Hills is just going to just go with a 10%. Right. So I think every agency is struggling with the exact same concept that we're talking about right now. It's like, do we go for a higher number or do we just go for a lower number and just see how it plays out? And looking towards HCD stays out of it. They said, if you're going to go above 20%, you really need to justify why that's not a constraint in Newport Beach. The trouble we have in Newport, our land values are high, right? So it's expensive to acquire property and actually develop the housing units. So I do think that we should have some type of inclusionary number. I just don't believe a high number is the right way to go. But HCD kind of stays out of it. They just want us to justify that it's not a constraint.
Well, to follow up on Ms. Brenner's comments, at some point, I'd like to we can't just go like this and think we're going to get there. I mean, we really have to run some numbers to really look at different scenarios and what is the marketplace, even for the developers? As you say, there's just a small number of developers that really have the financial wherewithal to tap into these external funding sources and then be able to make it pencil out in Newport Beach. There are not that many developers that can even do that. That can get us to 4,900, 4,800. That exercise, I don't think we're going to do this afternoon. I really would like to, before we settle on a number, just figure out how many units are we talking about. Speaking of Nancy Scarborough, I think she said at a previous meeting, in order to get to the 4,800, we have to see the construction of how many thousands, 10,000, did I hear you say? 24,000 apartment units to get to 4,800. So where will they go? All right, it's a rhetorical question. So, but so the inclusionary, I guess where I wanted to net out on that question, doesn't get us very far.
I do think it is a challenge. 10% is not going to get us very far. Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Blau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm kind of looking through, and thank you guys so much for the extremely thorough information here. I really like what Beverly Hills did, and I don't want to say we're a Beverly Hills by the water that needs to keep our developments what we like them and make sure our land cost is happy and we don't get condos next to everyone's house. And it does look like the state's put incentive into this as well. And so we should take advantage of state incentive and not be pushing so hard on our side. So I feel like Beverly Hills went through this and thought very hard about this and kind of ran the numbers themselves. And I thought it was interesting in the beginning, as Councilman O'Neill brought up, why would they have a 10% across the board? And then you see how those incentives start mathing out, and that would almost be better. We can incentivize them not with more policy from us, because I think less policy from us is always a better policy, and more policy what they're already putting forth. It shows we're doing something, and I think everyone knows I'm not a big inclusionary policy fan over here, but this seems like it builds the right incentive. The math works out, especially 10 and 10% makes it a lot easier, and we're not doing fractional things and pushing the in lieu fees, because then it almost seems like we're extorting people for the money to pay for what we need to do. For the larger developments, if they want to do that, that's great. And to answer Councilman Dixon's query, I think we know where we're putting our large amounts of housing. We don't really have too many spaces in the city of Newport Beach. So this isn't neighborhood buildings. This isn't, something gets ripped down and someone wants to build something cool, a lofted space with some residents underneath. Maybe that doesn't ever pencil out to be affordable. And then we have a vacant building sitting on a major street for way too long. And that's not what we're looking for. We're looking to make sure we're building in the right way, that we make sure our main street stays strong, but where we've noted and where we want to build, we give the incentive to do so, and we don't make it something where we scare developers off when we need the houses. And I think it's a fine line. I don't think there's an easy answer, which is why we've debated it for as long as I've been up here. And I think there's a lot of great opinions out there, and there is no short answer. So, I'd love to move that we actively take the Beverly Hills system here. It looks strong, it looks good, and I think it's a good place to start. So that's my opinion on that. Thank you.
Mr. O'Neill.
Let's go back to the density bonus. This is what I'm trying to wrap my arms around. So for any members of the public watching, just a quick reminder, this is state law, so this is what we get to deal with and try to understand while we're working through the inclusionary zoning side of things. Okay, so let's say that we're at 10% versus 15. It seems like if we said, hey, we want 10%, and I'm just going to use the round numbers, so I'm using a 100-unit proposal. At a 100-unit proposal, we said minimum 10%. They say, great, we're going to build 10% very low. They get an extra 32 units to build on their site. So the 100 has now turned into 132 and a half, but we'll say 132. If we set it at 15, they say, fine, we'll do the 15. Now it's a 150 unit project. And so we've gone from 10 to 15 on the inclusionary zoning side of things, but we've gone from 132 to 150 on the density bonus side of things. So by having the higher inclusionary zoning, we're effectively incentivizing a higher number of non-affordable being built as well at the same time. Am I right on this? Like this is, I'm sorry, I'm sitting here trying to wrap my head around this, and so we actually by creating a higher affordable, a higher inclusionary zoning percentage, we're actually incentivizing more building.
More market rate.
More market rate building.
That's correct. Absolutely right. But on the flip side, you got 15 affordable units.
Right. Yeah. No,
Right.
I understand.
There is that piece of that.
Yeah, and look, I mean, if you're in Sacramento and your goal is more housing, which is their obviously very much stated goal, then this is exactly what you would want to see. And if you're in our shoes, maybe not as much, but and then so if you did, I mean, I'm looking at this and seeing the same thing. So I mean, even if they said if you're at 10 and you wanted to go to 20 on the low income side, you're incentivizing the building of 20 extra units on the density bonus side, and then you're going up to 35. So that's a 15 swing right there. It's interesting. I mean, it just seems there's a little bit of a, I know this is what we get paid a lot to do up here on the trying to make the public policy decisions, but it almost feels like a little bit of a paradox where the higher your inclusionary zoning, the more building you're actually incentivizing inside your city. When Beverly Hills was looking at this, did they run analysis like that? Because I'm trying to understand the difference between going from 10 to 15 or trying to go across the board. I mean, I agree that I do believe we're going to have an inclusionary zoning ordinance. So I'm trying to understand as we're working that through. And the second question, by the way, just wanted to make sure I remind, how do we set the in lieu fee?
So the in lieu fee currently is being studied. So we haven't started the study. We're looking for the consultant, and we will study that in lieu fee and come back to the city council at a later date, probably 8 months from now, to say.
Is that a Prop 218 study, or is that just a straight fee study?
Straight fee study.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we don't. Okay.
Yes.
All right. No, it's not Prop 218, like water rates and whatnot. No. Okay. Just making sure.
Correct. And as far as your original question about Beverly Hills or Anaheim, we haven't done a deep dive on these agencies. We just more surveyed them. And then we do have one more slide to share with the council, just the...
Joy had a question.
Oh, sorry, council member.
Along that same line of questioning that Will was going on, so if we had a 15% inclusionary, we would have to allow a bigger development in order to get the 5 extra units?
So if we had a 15% inclusionary ordinance, the developer has an option per state law to take advantage of density bonus. We can't assume that they will always take advantage of density bonus because you may have site constraints. You may have, because you can't park it properly. So there's other issues. I don't want to make that leap to say you will always have that 50% jump, but they can take advantage of it.
Okay, so along that same line of questioning then, just for illustration purposes, we're saying we would have to have a development built that's 1.5 times the size of the other one. But what's our number of affordable housing units that we have to plan for? 28?
Yeah, it's about 2,400.
2,400. Okay, so if we only get 10 units because we have a 10% inclusionary zone, or inclusionary policy, then it doesn't mean we're going to get less development. It means that we're actually going to have to allow more projects to get to our number that we need to meet. So it's really not a matter of if we have a lower inclusionary zone, we're going to have to allow less building, because we're going to have, we can get more affordable in fewer projects the higher our inclusionary policy is.
You're absolutely right. There's a limit, though, to how high you can push that
Right.
inclusionary.
Right.
And then if we're not producing enough affordable units, that's what starts to eat up in our buffer units that we've talked about in the
Right.
past. And ultimately, if we run out of buffer units, the staff will come back to council to rezone more properties.
But buffer units are still units built in our city. So, yeah, so it doesn't, just when you look at big picture about this, the lower our inclusionary policy, the more development we're going to have to allow in our city in order to get to our affordable housing number.
With one thing I just want to clarify too is that we're going to move forward and update the land use element for all these housing units. So it's less about the council allowing development. We're planning for it now.
Yeah.
It's in our housing element, and we have to update our land use element, and that's the nature of where we're at, and we're making a plan for it. I mean, that's where we're at right now.
And when most of our citizens believe that we're built out, it's going to be pretty shocking to them to find out the number of projects that we have to allow in order to meet these numbers.
I agree.
So, Simone, you could figure out pretty quick if you just decided 15 and everybody went for the 50, and then with the density bonus, you figure out how many units you're going to wind up with market rate, right?
That's correct.
And that's a big number.
It is. I was trying to do the quick math. I mean, you're looking at a couple hundred big projects throughout the city.
Right.
I mean, that's just the nature of it. Now, we have to look at the private markets dictate how things go, the interest rates. Is there lumber? Is there staffing? And this is just an 8-year cycle. So it'd be hard for me to believe that all these units, we're not even planning all these units to get built out in the next 8 years.
And it's onesie twosies as far as lot size and how big a project they can do.
And they still
you
still have to acquire a property, and no one's going to give the property up for free either.
Yep. Thank you. Oh, I had one more question. Just so people know, this has nothing to do with ADUs, right?
That's correct.
So still today, on a lot in Newport Beach, a developer could come in and divide a home up and have an ADU inside the home, have the home, and also have a unit ostensibly in the back if it all fit.
That's
right?
correct.
And they could go market rate with that.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. Any other council comment?
And we'll just wrap it up with one final slide here. Ben, you want to go ahead?
So again, we want to outline the possible paths forward from today. Obviously, there's a lot more paths that are not on this slide, but these are the two that we've identified. One being, would you like to focus on an ordinance? Again, talking to several ordinance components that we've mentioned, residential projects potentially with 7 or more units. That's one thing that we were looking at. And that's based on the frequency of residential projects in the city and how large they are. Minimum inclusion of 10%, as Simone said, is what we'd be looking for. And then allowing alternatives such as the in lieu fees, dedication of land, and just to point in parentheses there, the in lieu fees are currently something that are being studied. The second pathway that we've identified is we can wait. HCD does owe us comments, preliminary findings, if you will, on the city's draft housing element on or before October 12th, so we have a little bit of waiting to do there. Or you can wait for the in lieu fee analysis and see how that plays out. So those are the paths forward, and that's how we'd leave it for you. We're available for questions if you have them.
Ms. Dixon?
Thank you, Mayor. Going back to one of your earlier slides in terms of to move forward with an ordinance or wait. So what happens in that interim period in terms of projects that are coming forward? If we have project applications, we do not have an ordinance on the books, are we still in the Never Never Land zone, or is it better? So my question is it better that we get an ordinance on the books, or will an interim, what do you want to call it, an interim
Policy?
Is that almost as good as an ordinance?
You know, I think it's an ordinance is probably its law. I think that's a better way to go if the council's ready to move forward and give direction to staff, and we can go ahead and work on an ordinance. To follow up with your question about if we don't do anything, what happens with these projects? The only backstop you have is staff. And I've talked to developers and I've said, any project you submit, you need to include an affordability component in there. They can say, no, we're not going to do anything. We're just going to submit the project as is. And I can't reject that project. If it's all 100% market rate, I can't reject it. The only thing I could say is you need to include an affordability component.
So then that reminds me of another question I want to ask. So if the governor signs SB 9 and 10,
Right.
either one, and it allows a multi-unit duplex or other multi-unit in a residential neighborhood, can we require if we had an inclusionary ordinance, would that apply?
So if you wanted to, so that item on the screen in front of you, it says residential projects with 7 or more units. If you want to give direction to staff that says residential projects with 2 or more units, you can definitely do that and have that apply to those smaller projects. But I have to say that we do a lot of these smaller projects. That's the kind of the bread and butter of development in Newport. Or you can just say that all projects need to pay a fee and some type of in lieu fee and not mandate affordable housing for each of those. One thing to consider too, anytime somebody builds an ADU is generally smaller, and so the rents are smaller. So we can try to work and look at that as kind of the affordability, because typically they're smaller rents and lower rents. So I think ADUs can look into that, but you definitely can include the duplexes as part of the ordinance.
If he signs that, well, let me ask you an open-ended question. What is your professional opinion of what would happen to development in Newport Beach if that law becomes law?
I think one thing to keep in mind for Newport is values are very high right now. So I don't see just this giant onslaught of developers rushing in to acquire property. Because you still got to make a pencil. You know, there's supply line delays. You can't even get a faucet because that's 6 months on back order. So things are hard to build. I think at some point when things normalize, I think you're going to have developers looking at opportunities really for the beach cottage side, looking at older beach cottage, trying to scrape that property and doing a lot split and building your duplex and duplex. Absolutely, it'll be an opportunity. I think we've kind of did an unofficial survey. I think only half the city has been recycled for new development. I mean, you still have 50% of your housing stock are still on the original side. So there's still opportunity if a developer can actually make a pencil.
And we'll see. I mean, projections are that. I mean, there are they're investment vehicles.
Sure.
That property is an investment vehicle.
Absolutely.
And this is a target-rich area for that market.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments up here? All right, so we'll now hear public comments on this item only. Oh, Ms. Brenner.
Well, I just wanted to add one thing along the line that Diane was talking about, was that, I think we need to, I've been on a lot of these Livable California calls where we're talking to people all over the state that are dealing with these issues. And I think it's important to make the distinction that we might be looking at this in terms of what would a homeowner like to do on their single-family lot, which, assuming they care about the community and they want it to be something attractive and everything, you've got one sort of set of goals there for them. But when we're talking about developers that come in from out of the area that are looking at our properties as just a prime target for them to make as much money as possible, if we set our limit at 7 units or above, then they can look at our single-family properties, and if 9 and 10 pass, they could look at that and say, I could build a great little condo, 10-unit condo there, and it can be right next door to our single-family neighborhoods. So, our single-family homes. So I think we need to look at the pitfalls. Where could we set something up that would make it more attractive to developers to do something like that, so that we try to avoid it wherever possible, because it's a really scary prospect when they're even looking at the pension funds in every place where they have lots of money, and they're looking at all of these places as opportunities to make a good return on their investments. So we've got to be really careful that we don't make it easier for them to do something like that on our single-family home lots or our duplex lots or whatever. So that needs to be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Ms. Dixon.
Well, we're going to go to public comment. Maybe I'll hold my comment until after public comments.
Okay. Great. So we're going to go to public comment on this item only, and then shortly after that will be public comments on agenda and non-agenda items.
Good afternoon, Mayor Avery and members of the council. You knew I'd be here. This is a hot topic for me. My name is Nancy Scarborough. First of all, I'd like to say thank you so much for bringing this as a topic for our study session. It is so important and so complicated. It's really hard to wrap our heads around it. I strongly feel that a very high inclusionary requirement is very important. In July, the Good Neighbors put together the chart that you were referring to, Councilman Dixon, that had a 5%, a 15%, and a 20% affordable component to it. 5% at the bottom, including all the density bonuses, which were not in the chart for the draft housing element. We had to extrapolate this ourselves. That number at 5% is 39,764. That's a lot of units. We can't possibly absorb that. At 15%, it's 24,503, and at 20%, it's 17,400. So this is nearly impossible at any rate. But to Councilman O'Neill's point, the density bonus law, this is the sliding scale chart that is very complicated. At 15%, you're right, it allows a 50% bonus if you build 15% very low income. However, it's 50% at 18%, at 20%, at 25%, at 30%, at 40%, and at 44%. So you could go all the way to 44% and not increase the 50% density bonus. So you're not being additionally penalized and having additional units by increasing that density bonus. So I think that this needs really a lot of discussion and vigorous debate. I really do. I hope that you will continue to discuss this and not make a quick decision. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Charles Klob. At a recent meeting, you voted to approve the 2510 West Coast Highway project. The applicant's attorney wrote you threatening letters telling you that you had to approve the project according to the Housing Accountability Act. That project has 36 small apartments with 3 affordable units. An affiliated applicant has withdrawn the Newport Village project a few doors away and is redesigning it as a 2/3 apartments and 1/3 commercial, also under the HAA. This will be horrendous for Mariners Mile. Today you saw slides that showed some SoCal cities with between 10 and 15% inclusionary. Of course, you saw Pasadena has 20%. What you didn't see is Santa Monica has 30%. This is the only legal way that you can compel developers to include more affordable apartments in their projects. Newport will not be out of place at a 20% inclusionary to start. If it proves unworkable, that is, if no developments come forth, we can always lower it. It will be difficult to impossible to raise it. We will not get the projects we want without requiring it. Developers will build the minimum they are required to. Our average to date, according to staff, has been around 7%. And I want to come back to something that was brought up here. To your point, Mr. O'Neill, the density bonus, the project still has to fit on the lot. You don't have to give them an ability to build 50 stories. So you may require 20%, and they may be allowed 50%, but it's got to fit on the lot. If it doesn't fit, they can only build what will fit, which is why the 2510 developer only built 9 extra units, because that's all he could fit with the height variance that you gave him. So it isn't necessary that it's going to be up to 50%. It's still got to fit on the lot. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Adam Wood with the Building Industry Association. Thanks for the opportunity to weigh in on this. I want to start by thanking staff. They did a great presentation tonight. This is obviously a very complex issue that's going to require quite a bit of study. I think the one thing we haven't heard tonight is the other side of the argument. If you do get the numbers wrong, it results, this is still home building as a business. It will result in nothing penciling and nothing getting built. That's then going to compound your numbers. You have a heavy weight coming down from the state. They're going to look for production. If we set a number that's intentional or unintentionally creates a situation where we can't build anything, then that's only going to compound. The number doesn't go away after 8 years. It multiplies after 8 years. So do keep the rest of the conversation in mind that we do need to make sure we're able to move forward with something that's workable, and we hope that we can be part of that conversation as you guys go forward in developing whatever you come up with. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor Avery, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosier. First of all, from the last slide that was up on the screen, and I assume it's going to come back, it looks like you're being asked today to endorse a very specific ordinance being proposed by the staff. And as I said in writing, it would really be nice if study sessions were used for studying and not for decision making. But it looks like that is what's going to happen today after the public comments are over. Second, a couple of you referred to SB 9, which is a pending bill that is passed through the legislature and perhaps going to be signed. And I take it would go into effect in January and changes the character of R1 neighborhoods. Staff mentioned at the very beginning that we have submitted a housing element. I am myself curious how that will impact our housing element. It sounds like their assumption is that will not generate any new affordable housing. It will generate a lot more market rate housing. I don't know if I'm correct about that. Which means with all these density bonuses and so forth, we're producing even more superfluous market rate housing that we don't really need more of. And as to density bonuses, I don't know if it was clear from the presentation or not, and I could be wrong about this. It was not clearly stated in the presentation, and it may be confusing to people who, nobody has seen this handout, I think, before today, and its chart. I believe in the density bonuses, the developer, if the inclusionary ordinance allows a combination of different, some low income, some very low income, some moderate, they don't get to combine all the density bonuses. They have to choose just one of those to use. So that may moderate the effect of those a little bit if they chose not a single category, but a mix of categories. And then the final comment would be to point out to you, assume you're aware of this. Each year you appoint members to your Affordable Housing Task Force. 3 of you are serving on that. And the purpose of the Affordable Housing Task Force is actually to figure out how to spend the in lieu fees that are collected. And they have not met for a long time because they did spend the money that was collected in the past. And if my memory serves me correct, did not go entirely to the veterans' home. It went to some other uses as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Seeing none, come back up to council. Ms. Dixon?
Thank you, Mayor. My personal opinion is I don't think I'm ready to vote on any plan. I'd be curious to how a city like Beverly Hills approached it. Do you know, Simone, how did they have an ad hoc committee of council people and staff or outside experts? How do we know what's the best way to tackle this?
So for City of Anaheim, they did do an interim ordinance early on in 2019. They're still going through the same process as we are. They have a housing element. They're waiting. They got their comments. They're trying to figure out how to adjust for RENA, and they'll go forward and maybe modify their inclusionary ordinance. Anaheim had an actual ad hoc committee that they did form. They've decided, made recommendations to the council that they shall not say the word inclusionary ordinance, and then instead they're going to go forward and try to develop a fee, an appropriate fee. So each agency is trying to figure out a path forward.
Okay, well, I will, this is not for action, but I'm leaning towards a mayor-appointed ad hoc committee to come back sooner rather than later in exploring how we put this puzzle together. And secondly, point number 2, and also during this interim period, maybe establish a number of 10% just to have something move forward as policy. But that would be something I recommend. I just don't know if any of us are capable of just thinking, what's a little bit of this and a little bit of that? Will we ever get there? I just think we need large spreadsheets to figure this out. So that would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments, directions for staff?
Thanks, Mayor. So thank you guys for all the information, and Nancy, and thank you, Jim. A lot of great information there, and I think it would benefit us to wait. And I think what a great situation that would be. And maybe it would be best to wait for HCD comments and seeing what Anaheim does as well. And kind of seeing how not only ourselves but our peers, we don't need to be first into this game. I think we've all said that over and over again, that we don't need to rush in to make decisions on how we're going to start adding new ordinances. And that also then makes me feel I really can't support a temporary inclusionary policy, because I think it opens us up to all sorts of issues with current developments, where we're going, what's the legality of that. I do think you're right on. Let's keep studying this and find everything we can and get something on the books that we can all get behind and get it up here and make those choices. So I would suggest going with staff's recommendation of number 2 to kind of see what HCD's comments are and study both Anaheim and Beverly Hills and kind of get some real good data behind us before we start putting up policy up here. Thank you.
Mr. O'Neill.
Yeah, I think Jim will appreciate hearing that I don't know what to do with this either yet, and so I'm not going to make any recommendations. In terms of what future steps, it'd be really helpful to have an idea of what do we think the market conditions would be if we put it at 15 or 20%? If we put it at 20%, does it price out the cost so high that we don't see much building? And if that's the case, then are we going to be in a position in 3 years, 4 years, 8 years where we're in a lot? We've basically put a future council in just awful straits, and that's probably worth knowing, or at least estimating. Same thing, 15%. To Mr. Clove's point, I understand that there's space constraints. My point there was, let's say you have space for 150. What you do is you move it down to 100. You have 15% of that, and then you get to 150 pretty quickly. It's all. I know how the math works. My point was, you know exactly how big your space is, and then you work the math to that space. So that was my point in talking about the differences between the density bonuses. The I don't know. I mean, I'd support I'd support having one. Probably, frankly, I'd support having one where we used to have it in our city at the 15% number. The only reason we got rid of it was because we had such a low RENA number. In order to comply with RENA, it seems like we need to have one. If 15% made sense back then, maybe 15% makes sense now. I don't know, but it'd probably be helpful to have an idea of how it works. I do think that having it at every level, the way it used to be, converting a duplex on the flower streets, for example, seems silly to take a bunch of money out of someone who wants to do that. But I don't know if it's 7 or 10. I don't have any idea. But my sense is we should be bringing one back, an inclusionary zoning ordinance back. Especially if we're getting comments back probably in the next 30 days or so. We should maybe, hopefully have an idea of what makes sense from a market conditions standpoint in 45, 60, and start rolling down the path on that.
Ms. Brenner?
I'm just concerned about if we don't have an interim policy beginning as soon as possible, that we're going to have more and more projects that are rushed through for us to approve without an affordable component and or with the minimum affordable component. And I think the more opportunities we miss in the short term, the bigger impact it's going to be on our city in the long term. So I'm absolutely certain that we should have at least a 15 or 20% interim policy so that we could move forward. And then if this is an interim policy, then we get to see during this interim period what impact that's having on the numbers of projects that are coming to us. And then when we get ready to establish a permanent policy, then we've got those months or years of experience to see how this worked. So I would prefer a 20% policy, but I'm also, and if we do a committee to continue to study this, I'm fine with that, but I think we really do need to get an interim policy in place the sooner the better, because we're just going to continue to have these projects that are rushed through with as few units as possible, and that will penalize all of us in the long term.
Thank you. So, Simone?
Mayor Avery, I've heard kind of two different paths. Mm-hmm. One path is to take some time to study it, study other cities, look at the market activity and how it affects development, the market conditions. So that's one path, is to go back and study it. And then the other path is to develop an interim policy and bring that back for council's consideration. And maybe we bring forward an interim policy while we are studying it.
Right.
And then when we complete our study, we can come back with some recommendations for an actual ordinance.
Okay.
Are we talking about a staff study or?
Ad hoc
Yeah.
committee? Yeah. So what's the pleasure of the council here? Yeah. Okay, so.
We do need a kind of a.
We'll need a show of hands here.
So just to be clear, what the direction is that we're going to bring back an interim policy while we study it, or is it forming an ad hoc committee? I was kind of confused on the discussion a little bit.
And just to refresh everyone's memory, a policy wouldn't be enforceable, doesn't have force of law.
But a policy, granted, but it certainly speaks for the will of the council that we are encouraging affordable development in concert with pending. It's not enforceable, but it's certainly the will. Because as Mr. Brenner said, we've got to start chipping this away some way. So I support an ad hoc committee and the development of an interim ordinance.
Mr. Georges, do you think people would take advantage of the interim policy in the next 30 days?
No, I don't think anybody's going to come in with and do anything different on that.
Right.
Contrary to a policy, correct?
yeah, I'd be in favor of just doing a little more study on this.
Okay.
Probably still be good to get a show of hands on how many people support just doing additional study on this, just so we have it. Okay, so everyone's
It's unanimous.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you'd like to?
Oh, the staff would support the ad hoc.
I think we should just go with staff to start, and maybe they can bring some information back to us, and then if we need to form an ad hoc at that point, I think that'd be great.
So,
My only comment is, I mean, it'll be more of the same type of discussion we're getting. We sit up here with staff presenting their fine work as always, but I think with an ad hoc, you could really get involved in discussing more freely just nuances and extrapolations of a number here and a number there. It's just a little bit more free-form analysis when you could discuss it in an ad hoc setting. That's my only reason to appoint somebody that takes it off the dais and really get our hands and feet into this to figure it out.
If I may, Mayor Avery, what we can do is we could look at an expertise, hire a consultant that will help us and provide some type of concrete analysis. Bring back to the council at a future study session, and let the council decide if they want to continue with an ad hoc committee or just move forward with an ordinance.
and obviously this has been on your front burner for a while, and so you've no doubt have been looking at different situations, checking in with folks. So you feel there's enough yet to be uncovered during this time that would yield some fruit?
True. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And Mayor, if I might add, I think that's a good idea from Simone of maybe bringing some expertise in. And then frankly, we're going to get comments in 30 days on that draft housing element. And I think that's going to inform quite a bit if whether we have to do a little more or a little bit more quicker. And since that's in 30 days, I think that's a good time to revisit whether an ad hoc is appropriate or anything further from that point.
Okay.
Can I just make a comment? I think if our goal is to move this quickly, forming an ad hoc of council members, whoever, working with staff, because it's hard to sit up here and ask the questions that need to be asked and go through a kind of a deliberative process up here when we really need to be looking at charts and looking here and asking the expert who's going to come in to support staff. If our goal is to move this quickly, during the time we'll hear back from HCD, I don't know what we're expecting from HCD, but it's highly unlikely they're going to reduce our number significantly. So we know it's going to be 4,800, and we got to get to that goal. We might as well start working in that direction.
Simone, I can go either way on the ad hoc committee. I think that a lot of us have been working behind the scenes on this for the last year or more, and we will continue to do that and give you our input. So I can go either way on that, but I am most concerned about how quickly we can get an interim policy in place, so that I don't want us to be here with the chamber filled with people who are objecting to another project that comes through that has a minimal number of affordable units. I don't want to go through that again, because they're absolutely right that if we're allowing it to be built with fewer affordable units than we could be requiring, that we're shooting ourselves in the foot. So how long is it going to take us to get an interim policy in place?
We can probably draft a document for council consideration, probably second meeting of October. It's a policy. It's not an ordinance. It's a policy, as Aaron Harp has mentioned. It doesn't have the force of law, but it is the council's will.
So over 30 days. It would take more than 30 days to get that.
Yeah, we just got a lot on our plate too. So
Okay.
we can do that route. That's definitely a possibility.
I just think we're going to be sorry if we don't. So.
Well, to your point, Mr. Burgess, it's highly unlikely something come rolling in the next 40 days.
That's correct.
Yeah. But we're not going to have a flood of applications or something.
Real quick, it might be worth just explaining, Aaron, when you say it doesn't have force of law, what happens if we have an interim policy and a developer comes in with something that doesn't meet our policy? kind of is like, we can't deny it based on that. So could you just real quickly explain that? Because I want to make sure that we're understanding what that means.
I'm not sure I can explain it much better than that, but that's exactly right. So if somebody came forward with a development project and you don't have an ordinance on the books, just because you have a policy doesn't mean anything. If they want to move forward with their project and you don't have an ordinance on the books, even if they don't comply with your policy, you would still have to approve it if it met all the other criteria.
That means we need to be moving forward with a policy as quickly as possible.
The ordinance. Yeah, so that was sort of my point, actually, when I was saying, we should be trying to shoot for, understanding exactly what the parameters of that ordinance would be, 45, 60 days from now. So that's probably what you're talking about, late October anyway, ish.
For feedback on a study?
Right. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. So that we can say, hey, okay, now that's the ordinance we want, and then you can craft the ordinance around it.
We can, yeah, I'm looking more towards a little later, 60 to 90 days to get a study done. It does take us time to put all this information together.
Okay. Well, look, I think to the extent that we don't need a formal, you're telling developers, hey, bring the affordable bin. I don't know if you need anything in writing. Keep doing that.
Yeah.
Just keep doing that.
Sure.
Because you're hearing it up here. It is our will. It just, that's just not what obviously we have in writing, but it wouldn't matter if we had it in writing, it sounds like. So I'm just saying, just keep, it does matter if we have it in writing for the ordinance, of course, but on the policy side, you've heard it up here. Just keep saying that because we'll back you on it.
Can you think you could do it in 60?
No, because I want to find an expert consultant to bring on board to actually give you some full analysis. We do have Kimley Horn under contract, so we can definitely lean on them to see if they can put a report together, since they already have a contract with them. And we can just shoot for that. We could try, Mayor.
Yep. Thank you. Well, it seems like you have direction.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. All right. Now is the time for public comments on agenda and non-agenda items. So if anybody here has some public comments.
Mayor Avery, my name is Jim Mosher again. First of all, regarding the kind of comments that come back about housing elements from HCD, I don't know if you're aware, all of the comments that they produce, which they've produced many for other regions of California for the sixth cycle and a number of cities in our SCAG region. They're all posted online and they're all very similar. So one can pretty well anticipate what kind of comments they're going to make about our housing element. What I really wanted to talk about, though, was item 4B on your agenda, which is the rather unusual initiation of litigation. And again, I thank the city attorney for explaining what you are going to be discussing in the closed session. This involves the city of San Diego, who is facing a liability judgment, which was based on the alleged negligence of a lifeguard who was operating a jet ski at a speed that was greater than the speed applicable to everybody else in their bay. San Diego won the case at trial, but they lost it at appeal. And they're asking us, the city of Newport Beach, to spend money supporting an appeal of that to the California Supreme Court, as I understand it. And I would recommend not spending Newport Beach taxpayer money on this for two reasons. First reason is the California Supreme Court accepts only a small fraction of the cases that are presented to it. And this seems like an unlikely one that they would ever accept because there was no dissenting opinion. There is no burning disagreement that they need to resolve. So it might be a total waste of time. And second, if it was not a waste of time, San Diego is actually asking the city of Newport Beach to support and endorse what seems like a really bad public policy, which is that at any time, any boat that is owned by the government is free to ignore the normal speed and safety rules, not just when they're running their lights and responding to an event. We don't grant such an exception to a police car when it's riding around the city, not responding to an event, or to a fire truck I don't know why we would be endorsing that interpretation of the state law to the California Supreme Court as it applies to boats. So I would not waste money on this, but perhaps the city attorney will have a different take on it and explain that to you. So wish I could listen, but we can't. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments?
Nancy Scarborough again, thank you. One quick comment, non-agenda item. There is an initiative, a ballot initiative that is underway. I know there's some discussion among staff and possibly council. It's the California Community Planning Initiative. They are working very hard to get this on the 2022 ballot. It would unwind SB 9, it would unwind SB 10, and it would damage or unwind density bonuses. I suggest that the city of Newport Beach consider this, endorsing this, and that we make it public and get a lot of people aware, make a lot of people aware of this. We're going to need a lot of signatures. They will need a lot of money. The building industry will definitely go after this. They will try to fight this. So it's out there. You can get more information on livablecalifornia.org.
Thank you. All right.
Hello, I have a non-agenda item. Good afternoon, council members, city staff, and fellow Newport Beach residents. My name is Casey Westerfeld, and I live in the Santa Ana Heights neighborhood, as are also here several other residents in my neighborhood. As I'm sure you're aware, on August 26th, an incident occurred there in which a detox home participant forcefully entered a residence around 4 in the morning and lost his life in the process. Thank you to the council members that replied to my wife's email, especially those that provided suggestions for steps that could be taken to address this, which included recommending attending today's meeting. Councilman Duffield, I will say we were and are disappointed that our own district representative did not at the very least acknowledge receipt of our email or subsequent replies. For those of us that live in this neighborhood, it was a horrible but not unforeseen event. For the last 2 years, we have made frequent pleas to the Community Development Department, city council members, and others, alerting them to the overconcentration of group homes in our small residential neighborhood. There are roughly 70 homes in this area, and 5 are group homes, 2 detox, 2 sober living, 1 elder care, AKA businesses operating in residences. Businesses operating in what is zoned primarily for single-family residences. That percentage runs completely counter to the city's proclamation that would like to see each of our residential neighborhoods retain its residential character. For some of my neighbors, 3 recovery homes are within 200 feet of their front door. The transient nature of these homes is a major cause for concern. Is there a sex offender residing there? A felon with a history of violence? Nobody knows. On July 23rd of last year, a Zoom was arranged with Councilman Duffield, Simone, the Community Development Director, and other community development staff. It became readily apparent that the 2015 settlement, in which the city paid over $5 million to multiple group homes, was and still is top of mind for the current city council, along with the city attorney who signed off on that arrangement. Despite frequent pleas for help from concerned neighbors, the city has adopted a bureaucratic stance that our hands are tied. What if that person broke into a house where the resident wasn't able to protect their family in self-defense? Do we need to wait for a tragedy to occur before the city takes action on this issue? In stark contrast, we have a neighboring city in Costa Mesa proactively tackling this issue head-on by successfully passing and unapologetically defending ordinances resulting in positive outcomes for its residents. A federal court added to their win column just last week. My father struggled with alcoholism his entire adult life and spent time at a sober living facility in an attempt to kick his addiction, so I am sympathetic to the need for these facilities. That being said, there needs to be a common sense and coordinated approach at the city, county, and state level to determine where they can be located and stricter guidelines on how these businesses operate. I hope everyone agrees that the current volume within my neighborhood is extreme. I understand there isn't an immediate fix to this problem, but I plan on living in this neighborhood for decades to come, or at the very least until my house gets first place in Will O'Neill's 4th of July porch decorating contest. My wife requests you hold a similar contest for Halloween. In all seriousness, I refuse to accept that every time a house in my neighborhood gets listed for sale or rent, there's the possibility that another business is going to open up and add to this overconcentration. I come to you today on behalf of my family and other families in this neighborhood, imploring you to help us. You have the networks. You have the influence, both locally and within the state to do so. Board of Supervisor Katrina Foley has graciously offered her support, and we will be meeting with her on September 24th. Will any of you commit to attending and start helping us work towards a possible path forward? Thank you for your time, and hopefully soon, your advocacy for ending the overconcentration of group homes in my neighborhood.
All right. Next speaker, please. All right, and then we're happy to have as many people that want to speak on this as possible, but please hold your applause, because it's just disruptive to the whole process. Thank you.
City Council members, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. I'll keep this brief, as Casey's mentioned many of our concerns. As you can see, many of us are concerned based on our presence here. What we'd really like to focus on is the fact that we just don't have the regulation or ordinances pertaining to the 6 or fewer residents in a particular group home. 7 or more, we've got plenty of things on the books. The problem is if it's 6 or fewer. So what's happening is you're getting a daisy chain of an operator saying, okay, I'm going to operate 1 6 or fewer, and then within the same neighborhood, I'm going to operate another one. So within our tiny neighborhood, we actually have 2 operators, each operating 2 homes, but we can't say, okay, hey, should be treated as 1 7 or over, so then you get some of the other requirements. Instead, we're stuck with, okay, each of these is treated as an individual business, even though they have a common operator. So that's one thing we're definitely focused on. And as he mentioned, given the recent legal wins for Costa Mesa, both at the federal level and on September 8th in the Ninth Circuit, we're really hopeful that we can get some of the similar type of ordinances passed where at least there's 24/7 supervision. So if a member or a resident of one of these homes is exiting the facility, someone notices, as well as a little bit of a concentration requirement. They're using 650 feet. 650 feet would limit these to 1 per our whole neighborhood. Unfortunately, where this incident occurred, from that gentleman's house, he can see 2 of them, and another one is 2 houses down. And so we've got an overconcentration. We're really hopeful that 24/7 supervision, 650 feet of separation, as well as just requiring a basic city permit. It shouldn't be harder to operate an Airbnb than to operate a group home, regardless of the type of group home, whether it's sober living, elder care, etc. We just feel that this is an industry that's rampant with abuse in getting around the laws in a very tactical way. I'm sure the city attorney and Mr. O'Neill would appreciate the legal mechanisms they've used, but to have a single operator operate multiple homes within a neighborhood seems counterintuitive and against the nature of the ordinance on the books. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. All right. Someone coming up?
I'm going to read this. I'm a little nervous. I apologize. I think I have 3 minutes. I've shortened it down to a little bit less than that. So good evening, elected officials. As I stand in front of you tonight, I am asking for your help to preserve the residential character and safety of our neighborhood. Many of us here tonight live in District 3, Upper Newport Bay. I moved to Newport Beach 3 years ago from San Francisco as my husband grew up here and wanted to raise our family in a beautiful and safe city. We bought a home in a wonderful street with a group of amazing homeowners and neighbors. There are now 18 young children on our street, and it's fantastic. I wanted to make you aware of a concerning situation in our neighborhood. We have uncovered, which is separate from their situation, that an investor and developer from San Diego has recently purchased a property at 255 Vista Bahia, with the intention of establishing a residential care facility for persons seeking mental health treatment. The property closed on July 27, 2001 for almost $2 million. When we inquired about who bought the property, a source indicated that, quote, the buyers were investors looking for a property where the hospital can have tenants sleep at night and go to a program during the day. Anxiety, PTSD, mental health, end quote. Then again, in quote, these are tenants in a day program that are gone in therapies during the day and sleep there at night. We have contacted the City Development Department about this business. It was unsettling to hear that it is common for these facilities to be sleeping homes with no supervision at night. Also, that these are state licensed facilities. They usually get dual licensing for drug rehabilitation and mental health. The new owner developer has already established an LLC through the state for this property. Also, unpermitted internal demolition has started, and as of 9/1, the city red tagged the property for improper permitting. Of additional concern, as we know, the August 26, 2001 incident in a nearby neighborhood in which a mentally ill or under the influence person from a local residential care facility forced his way into a nearby home at 4 o'clock in the morning, and the intruder was shot to death by the homeowner. Based on these facts, we are gravely concerned for the safety of our children and the homeowners, and homeowners should such a residential care facility be allowed to open in our neighborhood. Elected officials, you are parents and grandparents and residents in these neighborhoods where these facilities reside. We need your help. We must do something to maintain a safe, peaceful, quiet residential character of our neighborhood. What is a solution to prevent another problematic business from opening? Can we look to Costa Mesa's newly adopted zoning rules on these group homes? How can we get stricter regulation of the businesses operating these homes? We plead with you all that we need help with this matter. Lastly, I would like to show you some pictures of our street on the 4th of July. Included is a picture of some of the 18 children having a cupcake eating contest. I hope this gives you a sense of the community and environment we strive to create and maintain on our street and in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I present these?
Sure. Well, I think all of us up here, you have our attention with this, and I speak for myself. It's I have some understanding of this because I'm impacted to a certain degree by the same thing. So where I live, but thank you for coming tonight. And if there's anyone else that wants to speak, you're welcome to.
Thank you for having me. My name is Jana Edler, and I appreciate the attention of the council and the mayor. I've only lived there for about 11 years, but my husband has lived there for over 30. And when I first moved there wasn't very many children in the neighborhood. All of the residents were had bought the house and had continued to live there for 30 years. Well, one at a time, they started moving out, and they're 4 and 5 bedroom homes. They're $2 million homes, not the ones that are just moving out from the elderly, but the ones that are being now resided by the new families. I lived next door to the elderly care home, and it was a group home. It was purchased under false pretense from the owner, and she lied, and it was a mess living there. People going out into the street, yelling and screaming, challenging the neighbors to a fight, and I've had my car broken into 3 times. I know that my neighbors have had their house broken into while they were sleeping. Another neighbor's car was stolen from their driveway, and I see these people walking through our neighborhood, and they are scary, and we don't need it. Like she said, she has 18 children living on her street. Well, there's a lot more children that have moved in and around the neighborhood, and we just don't need these people who we don't know who they are, where they come from, if they're supervised, and who is walking around asking how many people are living in each home. We just take it for granted that there's 5 or less, and there has to be something done to maintain the consistency of protocols with the state, with the city, and I mean, they're loose cannons. And I know I'm not very well spoken, but I just wanted to be heard, and I thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. You have another speaker?
Hello and good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is John Huang. I live in one of these neighborhoods. I've been a resident of Newport Beach for about a decade now. And when I moved into the neighborhood, it was lovely. And we had a number of older people who have since moved out. We have a lot of kids coming in, and it's become even better. We like Newport Beach. We love Newport Beach. We love what it represents and what it does. But the overconcentration of group homes is a serious problem, and it's only going to get worse if you guys don't do something about this. We've already had one person die. I'd like to keep that at one and not have that increase. And I sure wouldn't want to be my kids or my neighbor or my neighbor's kids. So I really want to see some serious regulation and oversight placed on these homes to protect the lives, the property, the people that live here in Newport Beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, so if you are going to speak, please just line up earlier and we'll go through this a little faster. All right, go right ahead.
I'll just make mine brief. I just wanted to say that as a nurse practitioner, I work with mentally ill and people recovering from alcohol all the time. I make it a service of mine to protect other people and try to help people that are suffering. I think there's a way to handle these things, and places that are run well can really do a good job of helping people. The problem that we're seeing in our community and our neighborhoods is these places are not run well, and they're not supervised, and they're not regulated. And because of that, we've seen the problems in our neighborhoods: death, shooting, fights, yelling, screaming, theft. All these are because these are not being regulated and nobody's taking attention to them. We met with Mr. Duffy before, and he had a very hands-off approach. It was very disappointing. And if we can't do anything at the city level, I think it should be taken to the state level.
Hello, I'm here just to say a couple words to back everybody that's sitting in this room around the overpopulation of the homes. I live 6 homes down from the Vista Vaya home that was just presented. And I have friends that live on the east side of Costa Mesa on Rochester Boulevard. They had a home two doors down. They had kids under the age of 10. They had to sell their home. People are out smoking in the streets. They're knocking on doors at all hours of the night. It's not what we need in our neighborhoods. I can't tell you how many families I've talked to after the incident and the shooting a month ago are now talking about buying guns to be in their houses. That's just not who we are as a community. But if it's getting to that point for people that have never wanted to own a gun in a beautiful place like Newport, we just don't need that in our communities. And, we would appreciate your support, obviously, and anything we can do when we reach out. I know there's a lot of people that have set words and have put a lot of thought and process, but I just want to say I'm a concerned citizen of the neighborhood. I've born in Hoag Hospital. I've been here 48 years. Just want to preserve, what I'm on that street with 18 kids, and I have 2 of those kids, and we don't need problems in our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for your time tonight. I'm also here. I'm their neighbors as well. I live adjacent to the corner property, or a street adjacent to the corner property on Vista Bahia. A residential care facility for mental health and drug addiction would destroy our sense of safety in our small community of 5 cul-de-sac streets in Newport Beach. Our street alone has 18 children. Most of the homes enjoy the SoCal weather by keeping our Dutch doors open throughout the day, while the kids continuously play outside and take advantage of the limited traffic our community offers. I, along with many others, ask and beg that you please strongly reconsider allowing this company to move forward. Turning this single-family home into a health facility. Wow. I'm sorry, guys. I hit the thing and I went sliding. Single-family home into a healthcare facility, threatening the safety of our families and bringing unnecessary fear to the entire community. Our kids deserve to live and play freely without limits and boundaries that this facility is going to create. Please help us avoid any further incidences like the one that took place a few weeks ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, no other public comment? All right, well, thank you very much for coming tonight and your comments. And Mr. Muldoon would like to speak.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't think there's a need to chastise anyone for not responding to an email. I picked up the phone. We've been sued in the past for millions of dollars for touching these issues without responding in a way that the courts appreciate, so an email could be admissible in court. So I'm going to ask Mr. Harp, our city attorney, to please explain who governs this issue and what the city can and cannot do.
Yeah, so briefly, the state of California has really done a lot to tie the hands of local government by taking away the ability of cities to regulate any licensed group home. So under the law, we as an entity have to treat every licensed facility just as you would treat any other single-family residence in the city. You can't have special rules for them. You can't have any type of special distancing requirements or anything of that nature. And I think it's important to point out that, Costa Mesa's ordinance is almost identical to Newport Beach's. They copied our ordinance when they drafted theirs because we were in litigation over that ordinance with many of the same operators that are in litigation with Costa Mesa. Costa Mesa took our ordinance. They made a few tweaks to it, but it's in essence the same ordinance that City of Newport Beach has. And I think when you first look at Costa Mesa's ordinance, it appears as if it has some differences, that it regulates the licensed facilities. It absolutely does not regulate the licensed facilities. Those distancing requirements, those are not distancing requirements between licensed facilities. They're basically distancing requirements for those homes that they can regulate from licensed facilities. They're not doing anything with the licensed facilities because they can't. I hope that clarifies some things, but the city has been very active in this area. We spent almost $6 million litigating with some of the operators that you have issues with. And we have a very good ordinance on the books that's still there today, and I think it's one that's very comprehensive, and I don't think there's anything in Costa Mesa's ordinance that's more on point than what we have in ours.
So, and Aaron, the law that regulates these homes is a Sacramento-based law?
That's right. So, so the state of California has basically taken away the ability of local entities to regulate themselves and decide what's best for our community. And I do think that if you have concerns, it is appropriate for you to raise those with your state representatives. We've tried on multiple occasions to change the state laws. We've never got any traction. And we've been doing this for over a decade. We've been trying for over a decade to give back local control, and we've just been unable to get the state legislator to do that.
Yeah, so whether you're upset the governor's released 76,000 criminals back into our streets early, or whether you're upset about this issue, when you talk to Supervisor Foley, ask which political party she belongs to. She'll tell you that's the party that's running this state. They're the ones releasing the criminals. They're the ones passing these laws. You could do something about it in that level, but our hands are tied. We got the prior council, none of us up here, said some really foolish things in emails and verbally, and we had to pay millions of dollars in litigation. So, I understand your frustration. If we could do something, we would. Unfortunately, our hands are tied.
We can't really so this isn't on the agenda, so we can't have a discussion about it, but the Brown Act does allow us to briefly respond. I'd be happy to talk to anybody about these issues, though, so feel free to contact me.
Just told you what can be done. Vote. What can be done.
I don't know if we...
It's a state issue, but we don't have any control, so...
All right, seeing no further public comment.
So we can't have a discussion about this. We can't have a discussion because it's not on the agenda. And public comment's done for now. If you want to come back to the regular meeting, there'll be another opportunity for public comment, unless the mayor would like to reopen it.
All right, so we're recessed, and we'll be back at...
We've got,
Joy?
Diane had something also to say, but I just wanted to assure people that even though our hands are tied, that doesn't mean that we're stopping, and it doesn't mean that we don't continue to monitor this situation and look at every possible way. I've been on the phone this week with Aaron and Grace both about this, and I know everybody else has too. So it's not like we're not doing anything. We are looking at every possibility, but we are very limited in our ability to do what we would like to do in this regard.
Ms. Dixon.
Yes, just to follow up briefly, may I ask a question, Mr. City Attorney? One of the speakers mentioned about the ownership, single company owning and operating 2 units. I thought in state law that there was a prohibition on integrated units, integral, there's some term similar to that just like the one we have on Dahlia.
Okay, so this is probably the last issue, last issue we can discuss on this without having it on the agenda. So there is a issue related to integral facilities, and that's basically when 2 facilities are working together as one. And the court, when we litigated that issue, issued an injunction against the city of Newport Beach from enforcing laws related to those integral facilities. They told us that that is a state issue, and since the state licensed those facilities, that the city of Newport Beach could do nothing about it. And there was an injunction issued in the litigation related to that issue.
Okay, thank you.
Super brief. Just, Jason, reach out to me. I'll come out. We can talk about some advocacy efforts. There's ways to talk through some of this and see where we can get to a better situation. We can also obviously keep talking with our police department about issues out there. So just reach out. I'll come out and we'll talk it through.
All right. Seeing no further comments, we're recessed until
Let
Mr.
me
Hart?
do a brief closed session announcement. So the City Council will adjourn to closed session to meet with the city's labor negotiators regarding negotiations with all the unions that are set forth under agenda item number 4A. And the City Council will also be meeting with legal counsel to discuss the case of Michael Hatta Singh versus City of San Diego. And that's the case where the City of San Diego has requested amicus support related to an interpretation of the 5-mile-per-hour speed limit for vessels that's set forth in the Harbor Code. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Leung, what do we need?
6:30.
6:30. So we will reconvene at 6:30 for the regular council meeting. Thank you for coming. Great. Good evening, everyone. I call to order for the meeting of September 14th, regular City Council meeting. Madam Clerk.
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
Okay. Mr. Harp, is there a closed session report?
Yes, just a brief closed session report regarding item 4B. A motion was made by Councilmember O'Neill and seconded by Councilmember Blom to provide amicus support for the City of San Diego related to the Court of Appeals interpretation of the 5-mile-per-hour speed limit for vessels set forth in Harbor Code Section 655.2A. All council members vote in favor of the motion.
Thank you. Now is the time for the invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. Leslie Allen, First Church of Christ Scientist, will provide the invocation, and Councilmember Dixon will lead us in the pledge.
Good evening, council members and community friends. As we bow our heads and open our hearts to the giver of all good, remembering the good that we have so far received in this beautiful and prosperous city, may we feel the Holy Spirit lifting us from confusion and divisiveness to a unifying attitude of gratitude, courage, and compassion. May God's grace give us strength according to our day, whatever this day may bring. And let the power of divine love guide us through the tough issues we are facing in response to issues such as the pandemic and homelessness within our city. I don't usually take advice from a fortune cookie, but Last week, I opened one which read, I am asking myself, is my attitude worth catching? In all of our faith traditions, the golden rule, do to others what you would have them do to you, is an attitude worth catching, however hard it may be at times. May God bless our city, our elected officials, those serving in the armed forces, public servants, police and fire departments, the press, our tireless doctors, nurses, teachers, business owners, hardworking employees, students, and children. Help us to surrender pride, ego, and human will, and let your spirit rule us so we can be peacemakers, starting in our own hearts and rippling out in the lives we live. Amen.
Thank you.
Please join me in a salute to the flag of our great country. Place your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk.
The City Council of Newport Beach welcomes and encourages community participation. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per person to allow everyone to speak. Written comments are encouraged as well. The City Council has a discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items.
Thank you. So now we'll hear from council on announcements and oral reports from members on committee activities. Councilmember Brenner, do you have any announcements or oral reports?
I wanted to report that on Friday night we had a Grant Howell Park movie night, and we had lots of families there that were celebrating the renovation of Grant Howell Park and there for the movie. And I did a little bit of talking about how important community input was to that project and how they were the ones that really made it happen. I also wanted to give a report about the East Jetty project in Corona del Mar. The East Jetty repair project in Corona del Mar is now complete. This was a U.S. Army Corps of Engineers project done in close collaboration with the city of Newport Beach. 9.5 million pounds of stone were brought by trucks and placed by crane. The stone was previously 4 to 5 feet below the boardwalk, and it is now level with the boardwalk. It looks great and is much more structurally sound. You can see the difference in the before and after photos. We want to thank the Army Corps of Engineers for their partnership with us on this project. The other item that I wanted to talk about was, we all know on the council that we've been getting a lot of complaints from people in the city about e-bikes and the danger of e-bikes and the fact that people are very frightened that somebody is really going to be hurt in one of these accidents. So our police department has an extensive campaign underway to promote e-bike safety. It kicked off September 1st at Ensign School. The campaign includes presentations, social media posts, informational pamphlets, education, increased enforcement, and more. I spoke to Grace and John Lewis about John giving us a little bit of a report. Oh, there he is. You're already sitting down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Brenner, Mayor Avery, Member City Council, John Lewis, Chief of Police. And we started rolling out what is initial phases of a long-term campaign that we are doing for electric bike safety. And we started this with our schools. We thought that, particularly with Ensign Intermediate, that we had been impacted by this and received a lot of complaints. And I know that we've heard some issues that we've had there with our e-bikes. So we kicked off, we thought that was an appropriate place to kick off our campaign, and we did that at Ensign and that's what these pictures are here of our traffic safety officer, motor officers here, and about 1,000 students that they spoke to during this campaign itself. So in addition to the actual our officers in the schools working with our students about e-bike safety, we've launched a social media campaign, and there's been a number of posts on our Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. They're getting a lot of attention. We monitor the analytics on this, and we can see the actual amount of views that we've seen, and we're getting some really good traction with it, which is a positive thing. We're also rolling out and producing a public service announcement specifically related to e-bikes and e-bike safety. And then there's also the enforcement piece of this too. We have dedicated directed enforcement efforts where citations are being issued as it relates to bicycle, e-bike safety, pedestrian and vehicle safety, and especially in these areas that we know have had additional incidents and more problem areas. The schools being one in particular, particularly with everybody going back to school right now and trying to manage that traffic flow and getting folks to get back to what we know are acceptable traffic patterns and behaviors out there at our schools. So that's, again, that involves enforcement and citations. It involves significant education efforts, the social media piece, the public service announcements, and then we're also have multiple events throughout the city, the Port Streets, Dover Shores, Cliff Haven, that we're out in our communities and we're talking to students, to parents, handing out hundreds of informational pamphlets, again, along with the direct enforcement efforts. We're going to continue that through this month, and we expect that that effort is going to continue through the fall as well.
John, could you also address, we're getting a lot of complaints about, I don't even know how to say this, kids that are harassing the shoppers at East Bluff and West Cliff, and can you say anything about that? Anything that would be helpful for us to know? Or
so I'm aware of those ones and their specific incidents that we're dealing with. You know, there's some nexus there between those incidents and the schools, and we're working collaboratively with them to address them. These are not issues that we think are going to be persistent. We have the ownership of those shopping centers, specifically the Irvine Company, that are partnering with us to be able to deal with some of the nuisance issues there that we've been, and we've had some success so far. But it is a work in progress. But we are actively engaged with it.
I would think that the owner of the shopping centers would be very concerned that people are saying they're not feeling safe going there to shop.
They are. They are, to the extent that they are cooperating with us and involved, and there's some things there that we can work together on. They have been involved, and it hasn't been one of these things where they're not concerned about it. They are, and they're engaged with our folks here. Part of it is some of this involves some students from area schools, and the school is super helpful with that as well. So it's something that popped up over these past couple of weeks. We're aware of the complaints, and we're engaged to get a successful resolution here. I don't foresee this being a long-term problem.
I'm thinking of my own grandchildren that ride e-bikes, and I'm thinking, what can we as a council say to parents? And I'm thinking my advice to my daughters is to follow them on their e-bikes to make sure that they're as safe as we think they are when they're operating those machines.
I think part of the discussion we need to have as parents, that I have teenage children as well, right? And they would like to have an e-bike. I haven't allowed them to have one yet, and I don't plan to, but we have to operate them safely, and I think that they can be operated safely. But, you know, as parents, we do have to be parents and be engaged and make sure that we're holding them accountable as well. And, you know, the rules of the road are the rules of the road, and they apply to them just as they do vehicles as well. But absolutely, the piece that we're and the way we're approaching this too is not just directed at our kids, because we have a lot of good kids that are following the rules, but it's also getting that parental support here. And we're to, again, you know, try to operate our vehicles safely, right? So we're not getting hurt. I mean, that's just the bottom line. And so between the enforcement, between the education efforts, the collaboration with the schools, that's our tactic to be able to impact it.
Okay, thank you very much. I just have one more thing in my report. I wanted to report from my Orange County Vector Mosquito and Vector Control Agency that they have done 14 requests completed in Newport Beach during the last month. 10 were for mosquitoes and 4 were for rats, but they will come out and they will inspect your property if you are having an infestation of mosquitoes. And it's really important to call them because it's a service that we've paid for. And I did want to report that they have had mosquitoes with the West Nile virus reported in North County. We have not had any in Newport Beach yet, and they came up later in the summer than they did the year before. So I'm hoping that means maybe a little less of an impact for us. And the only other thing I have is I wanted to do, an A1 on, I've spoken with Grace and Aaron this week several times about this, the thing that Nancy Scarborough was talking about, which is the communitiesforchange.org petition that the initiative that they are trying to get on the ballot for more local control, bringing local control back. And I asked Grace if we could put that on a future agenda for a discussion so that we know what we can do to help. That's it for me.
And I do think it's just important to note for the record that the city couldn't actually be advocating, take an advocacy position, but it can set forth its position. But you can't be directing people to materials prepared by one group or another.
Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you. We had some good-sized discussions actually at the TCA. So quick reminder for those of you in the audience, the TCA is the Transportation Corridor Agency's, the toll roads. The city of Newport Beach sits on the San Joaquin Board. The San Joaquin Board controls the 73. The Foothill Eastern Board controls the 241 and the 133. I am the vice chair for the San Joaquin Board and also the vice chair for the TCA Finance Committee. At our, the Finance Committee and the whole board met between our last council meetings to talk actually about trying to refinance the San Joaquin Board debt to try to bring it down without extending the maturity date. Quick reminder for folks, when I first joined the TCA, they actually did not have a debt policy. And so with the help of the city of Newport Beach, they now do. And as one of the requirements of that debt policy, the extension of the maturity dates is not an option. And so the Foothill Eastern Board was the first to go through with a refinancing on this, and they've actually saved around $600 million because of the refinancing without extending the maturity dates, because of the historically low interest rate environment we're currently experiencing, as well as a higher bond rating. So now San Joaquin Hills is looking at the same thing. The expectation is that if we went out to market, we would probably be able to save around $100 million. If we're able to do that, then we'd also probably be able to pay down debt faster on a principal basis. And the expectation is that, and I'm making sure I'm looking at this so I get the numbers correctly, that if we saw an early pay down of the bonds over the next 5 years, that could actually save an additional $400 million in interest, bringing the total savings over a 7 or 8 year period to about $1 billion across the board. So I wanted to make sure you knew that your city works regionally as well and is making some really, really big progress. So that is really helpful. Ms. Brenner and I attended the Sherman Gardens, their soiree. It's awesome. It's awesome. And then I'm sure folks will, all of us, I think, were at the Fire and Lifeguard Appreciation Dinner. Amazing speeches. The Ben Did Go 6.0, the Ben Carlson Foundation, founded in memory of our fallen lifeguard, Ben Carlson. They held their annual Ben Did Go, where you had, I think, around 53 people, paddled from Catalina to the Newport Pier. It's 30 miles. They left at around 6 a.m. They got in around 2:30, looking exhausted. And they raised, I believe, over around $80,000 toward the effort. It's amazing. So kudos especially to Spencer, who would put that together. This coming weekend on Saturday, we have the Spyglass Hill Picnic. If you're up in if you live up in Spyglass Hill, remember, you've got the picnic. On Sunday, you've got the Oasis Cars and Coffee. They're going to have some great cars. I really recommend coming out there. And does someone have a concert in the park later on a slide? Okay, we have a concert in the park on September 26th. I believe this one is going to be in the Civic Center. Thanks. Is this one at Marina Park? Look on our website and show up where it says there.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but I thought it was.
All right, Ms. Dixon.
Okay, thank you. I have a number of things to update people on. So I have some slides that will come up, and we'll share with you what we did, many of us did today with the Peninsula, well, I'll go over here, the Olympian Parade last Sunday. And so there were Olympians with their gold medals, many of them from Newport Beach, from women's water polo, women's beach volleyball, men's water polo, men's surfing, men's sailing, and men's gymnastics, and also men's archery. Wonderful athletes. So I just want to point out in the center photo up at the top, the gal on the Olympian on the right is the daughter of one of our former, chief lifeguard, Rob Williams. This is Alice Williams, and she was of the girl, won her gold medal in the girls' water polo. These women, men and women, were amazing. Those gold medals are stunning. And it was a beautiful day in Newport Beach, and we had a little car parade. People donated their classic cars, and so we went from Balboa Pier up to Balboa Boulevard and up to the American Legion. And and Ms. Brenner was there, and we had the fire chief, and our Congresswoman Michelle Steele was there, and Costa Mesa elected officials, and actually a large number of elected officials from all around Supervisor District 2, and there's Steve Rosansky of the Chambers also in that photo. So that was a fun day. That was a beautiful day. This afternoon, we did a tour of the new Peninsula Fire Station that we did it is called the Beam Signing and Tour. So it is going to be an amazing asset in our community to serve our entire community, but primarily the Balboa Peninsula, replacing the literally 70-year-old current fire station, the Lido Fire Station. This fire station is called the Peninsula Fire Station. And I just want to thank our city manager, Grace, and fire chief Boyles, and Dave Webb, and Jim Houlihan, and Mark Vukojevic, and all of our critical staff leaders who are working together to build this amazing facility. And if you ever have a tour someday, you'll enjoy the second floor bunker rooms where the firefighters sleep, and they also enjoy an ocean view. So it's prime real estate, and it really is going to serve our community very well. And one other promotional note, that in the parking lot, residents may remember when these plans were coming through council for public discussion, there will be a public restroom access to the public out in the parking lot, so a good facility because it's been much needed for years, decades, to assist in those early morning hours when we have many people out on the streets enjoying their post 2 a.m. reverie. So having that public restroom will be really great. Also, mark your calendars. I will have save the date. Tuesday, October 5th is my next town hall. Hopefully we'll be in person at Marina Park, assuming that we're all healthy in our community. Otherwise, we'll revert back to Zoom, but I think we can be in person. A few other items just to report on where I've attended some regional meetings. OCOG, the Orange County Council of Governments. What's notable on that agenda in meeting when we meet is that we're looking at alternatives for governance to see where Orange County Council of Governments can perhaps be more independent, but that's a long way to go. And then following that was the SCAG, Southern California Association of Governments Regional Council, and I also am a member of the Economic and Human Development Committee that talks about RENA. So that's kind of history as far as SCAG is concerned, housing issues. And so now SCAG has turned its attention to providing the tools for the planning departments of our cities to make sure they have all the tools they need to plan for all of these homes that are going to be built. This is really exciting news. I will also say the Fire and Lifeguard Appreciation Dinner, one of the best ever. It's so wonderful to be able to honor our fire and lifeguard outstanding individuals and the stories for their outstanding accomplishments and heroism and dedication and commitment and physical endurance is awesome. So I'm very honored we've all been there to salute and honor all of our firefighters and lifeguards. So news flash, today, no one knows this until you all know it right now, is that the final acquisition of the Balboa Fun Zone was consummated today. Chartwell Real Estate Development has acquired the legendary and iconic Balboa Fun Zone on the Balboa Peninsula from Discovery Q, and the block-long mixed-use waterfront property includes the existing buildings, adjacent marina, parking garage, and boardwalk, and the Ferris wheel, rides, and attractions. And the company that is Chartwell is acquiring the Balboa Fun Zone. It's being acquired by family, the Pyle family, led by Henry Pyle, the son, and his family, who've been residents of Newport Beach since the 1960s. Their commitment is to continue to restore and then culturally improve the Balboa Fun Zone. It will remain what we see today, if not much better. They are going to be investing to make the Balboa Fun Zone return it to its glorious days. And so we're very excited about this. It now starts. They now own the property, and they are already have started their planning for the renovation and restoration of the Balboa Fun Zone. And you can look that up at their website, balboafunzone.com. So that is a news flash. It'll be in the papers probably tomorrow or the next day, and you're the first to know. So that's very exciting investment in our community and in Balboa Village, which is an anchor property in Balboa Village and will help lift up all of our business enterprises in Balboa Village. And a rising tide lifts all boats, no pun intended, but it's really exciting for Balboa Village and for our entire community. The Pyles are wonderful, wonderful, committed Newporters, and I'm very honored that they are investing their family commitment in our community. So thank you, Henry and David Pyle. You are amazing. And we do have an aviation committee meeting next Monday, September 20th, 5 p.m. It will be Zoom. I think we're doing Zoom. And my town hall, October 5th, as I said. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Plum.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. We had a great meeting with the Commodores, which is a business wing of the Chamber of Commerce, to kind of go over how we're going to rekindle business throughout, kind of what our future presents. Amazing group of civic leaders. I always encourage everyone to get involved if they can. I had a wonderful town hall at the Balboa Island Fire Station, a huge turnout. The firefighters were amazing. It was on 9/11, which was just such a fitting tribute as well to their heroics and how amazing they are. They actually left on a call midway through the town hall meeting, which I thought was just apropos. I also got a chance to tour the fire station as we roll right into that today. It was a lot of fun. I love construction. And the Ben Carlson event, which was out of control, amazing. Will and I will be doing it next year. He doesn't know that yet, but we'll start training very, very soon. Very soon. It was intense. I mean, those guys that came off of it are with the world's best shape, and they look like they couldn't raise their water to their lips. It was pretty amazing. I got my feet wet in the sand. It was beautiful that day. So just amazing to see everyone in the city coming together in so many different ways, so many different community functions, and really having a voice throughout, whether it's for charity or to help out in the civic responsibility that is our own. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Duffield.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a good water quality meeting last Thursday, and tomorrow I'm sit on the Executive Watershed Committee for upstream cities that are dumping things into our city. So my job there is to be the thorn in their side. I wanted to announce that after many years, 20 plus years for me and our staff, we have completed another phase of dredging in our entrance harbor, a couple 100,000 cubic yards, and was finished last Thursday. Doesn't mean the dredging is finished. It's the start of the last phase, which should take another couple of years. But this was a lot of material taken out of where many boats would go aground and removed and enhanced. So we are happy that finally happened. So the equipment that's here that did the job will begin soon with the next phase. And this material, this dredging event went from the entrance to about where, just off Balboa Island, or Balboa Yacht Club right there. So it's a big deal, and it's going to increase our water flow tremendously and obviously make boating navigation much better. So I wanted to thank the Army Corps for finally coming through for us, and as well as Chris Miller and Dave Webb, who worked tirelessly, and within our staff, getting hit up with every agency in the world, blocking them from getting this done. I mean, it's unbelievable what you have to go through to dredge something. It's almost insurmountable, but it finally happened, and I'm looking forward to the next phase, which will get us eventually to the depth that the harbor was originally designed to be at, which it hasn't been in 70 years, in the 30s. So that's a very, very exciting thing to contemplate, that we'll finally have the world's biggest and best pleasure boat harbor at its original design depth at some point. Because, leave you with this, 20 years ago, we weren't allowed to dredge a gallon of sand. There was no dredging allowed, and we had to overcome all kinds of things with these agencies, and I'm so proud of those guys for sticking with it and figuring out ways to make everyone happy, and it ain't easy, I'll tell you. So thank you very much, you guys. You did a great job.
Mayor Pro Tem Muldoon.
Thanks, Duffy. Yeah, my son was building a sandcastle on Balboa Island last weekend, and they asked him for a permit. And I have nothing.
Thank you. Got a few things. I think there's a couple of slides coming up. And I also went by the Lido Fire Station today and met with council members and city staff and the department. And I'll tell you, the Peninsula Fire Station is going to be there a long time, because I enjoy construction also in a certain way. And the amount of timber and steel in that building, 2x8 studs and 4x6 blocking everywhere, and the nailing pattern was incredible. Just so it's really, I'm sure the foundation is over the top, and of course it has to be. And I understand it's going to hold 5 engines total, but the doors of the bay. Next time you're down there, you can just kind of peek in. It's if you're going to get a pizza right next door, it's exceptional, and I think we did a great job of acquiring that land when it was available for this station, and it's a real win for the city. It's going to be very well done, and it's going to turn out great. So I love to see that stuff. That's just such an investment in the safety of our residents and the pride of our town, and the whole thing is great. And then following along right with it, I was at the also at the Fire and Lifeguard Appreciation Dinner, and Ms. Dixon elaborated on it, but it just really made me proud to be involved with the city. The stories and the heroics of our fire department, our men and women, is exceptional. And to have the time to sit down and for a couple hours and hear about the reasons they've received their awards over the last 2 years, because it was missed last year, so it was 2 years of awards. But it just reminds you that we live in a great city, and we have a terrific fire department that, of course, also rescues people through paramedics and also through lifeguards. And they're just exceptional folks. And it's so clear to me that the tremendous hiring of great people has been going on for a long time. And they're just they're exceptional, and the training is something else. So I'm just basically grateful. And I've got a couple of announcements to make. Sometimes we wonder what we can do, a little something to help our community, and I know our community is full of helpers. But nonetheless, the American Red Cross is in need of volunteers, and so we've got a slide up there. And if you have any interest in helping the Red Cross with disaster health services, shelter services, it's a great way to give back to your community and to those in need, and help a great organization like the Red Cross. And here's another one for volunteers, Coastal Cleanup Day. And this is a one-day ask a 3-hour ask right there, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. in Corona Del Mar State Beach. So September 18th, I think that's coming up, and you can register right there. You see it on the slide. And that is a worthwhile endeavor. And we have a lot of visitors come down, and not all of them clean their sites well enough. And even our city, as hard as it works, they're down there early in the mornings, especially on weekends and after the weekend, cleaning the beach. There's still plenty of places where things get left, and it's great to have a group of folks come together and make the Corona Del Mar State Beach spotless. So thank you very much. And now we'll go on to matters which council members have asked to be placed on a future agenda. And so council members Dixon and Brenner have asked council to consider having a discussion on the growing trend of fractional ownership of residential property, addressing how they may impact residential neighborhoods and compliance with municipal code. And some of you may have seen ads on this. This is that Picasso organization that's involved with this new venture. So do we have a show of hands and want to support that? Thank you.
That was unanimous.
Thank you. And then Councilmember Brenner asked council to consider having a discussion on whether the city should pursue the establishment of one or several exclusive commercial solid waste collections and recycling franchise areas, such as the Corona Del Mar Business District, Balboa Island, and or Balboa Village Business District. Ms. Brenner, do you just want to take like 30 seconds, just what this really means?
Sure. We've been discussing this a lot in our recycling meetings, but I'm hearing from a lot of my residents that the plethora of trash disposal trucks that come through the alleys, which are right next to the residential houses in Corona Del Mar, is a problem. And a lot of them will go to one business and they'll back up and beep, and it's every day. And so I think we have about, I don't know, Dave, 7 or 12 different haulers that haul for the businesses in Corona Del Mar. So there are places in other cities where they have commercial districts in town for different business districts, and it's still competitive. People can still bid on it. There's still a lot of competition, but you divide it into districts so that a trash truck would start at one end of the alley and go all the way down each day, rather than backing up and turning around and then another trash truck coming and doing the same thing. So that's the idea, and I'd like more information about it. That's why I asked.
All right. Well, thank you. All right. So do we have a show of hands for that to come back?
That'd be Mayor Avery and council members Duffield, Dixon, and Brenner.
All right. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
This is a time in which council members may pull items from the consent calendar for discussion, items 1 through 23. Public comments are also invited on consent calendar items. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record. If any item is removed from the consent calendar by a council member, members of the public are invited to speak on each item for up to 3 minutes per item. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine and will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. Council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending an action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the City Council votes on the motion, unless members of the City Council request specific items to be discussed and are removed from the consent calendar for separate action.
Thank you. Councilmember Brenner, do you have any items to pull from consent
Yes,
calendar?
I need to be recused on item 13 because my properties are in close proximity to Grant Held Park. I also would like to pull 11 and 16.
All right. Councilmember O'Neill?
None.
Councilmember Dixon?
None.
Councilmember Blom?
I have a recusal on number 25 due to business interests and real property.
Thank you.
I have a recusal on number 7.
Thank you, Mr. Duffield. Mayor Pro Tem Muldoon?
Just briefly, I think Councilor Duffield also has a conflict on number 5.
Oh.
Okay.
Due to business.
Okay. And number 5. Thank you.
I will have a recusal on item 13 and 18 due to my potential business opportunity in the wireless industry.
Thank you. And I have none. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a motion?
I do, Mr. Mayor. I move the balance of consent calendar, items 1 through 23, with amendments to the minutes, and a no vote on, I'm sorry, I forgot to lodge this for myself. A no vote on item number 9 by myself, recusal on item 13 by Councilmember Brenner, and item 25 by Councilman Blom, and items 5 and 7 by Councilman Duffield, and as I stated, items 13 and 18 by myself, with items 11 and 16 pulled by Councilwoman Brenner.
Thank you.
And just briefly, Mayor Avery, we replaced the ordinance that was under number 4. It was actually a duplicate of ordinance that was put in there, so we circulated a new ordinance for number 4.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right. Looks like Ms. Brenner has got 2 items pulled. Do you want to start with 11? Okay, well, sorry. We've got to go to public comment
And a
first.
second, Mayor. Thank you.
And we need a second.
Second.
Mr. O'Neill. So is there any public comment on the consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor, it's probably worth mentioning the Veterans Cemetery is on the consent calendar. It looks like we have some folks who are veterans. If you're here to speak, this is the time. We didn't want you to miss it.
Does anyone here wish to?
States, if you want to come on up, come on up.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Chase Wickersham. I'm a resident of Corona Del Mar for about the last 35 years. I'm also a Army veteran, member of American Legion Post 291, and also served in Vietnam back in 1970. The resolution that you have before you for the Veterans Cemetery and the refocus of the veteran initiative from the city of Irvine to the Gypsum Canyon location is really important. And we've put together a coalition of veterans and elected officials and cities. It's really impressive, where we finally come together after 10 years of struggling with the city of Anaheim, or with the city of Irvine, that was just so frustrating. We just couldn't get a cemetery on the El Toro Marine property, the Great Park. We thought we could, but it just isn't going to happen. So we finally have refocused our attention on the Gypsum Canyon property, which was donated by the Irvine Company and has now been designated for a cemetery, and the city of Anaheim has given us that property for veterans. And we think the veteran population has come together for the first time. It's nice to see all the veterans kind of focused on this, and we hope that you'll approve this resolution, along with, I think there are 16 cities now that have approved the resolution in support of the Veteran Cemetery and at this new location in Gypsum Canyon. And so we'd appreciate your support, and thank you for the time.
Thank you.
My name is Robert Brower, and I'm a resident of Irvine. I'm not going to repeat a whole lot of what Chase said, but I have worked on this project for probably 8 years. Started in 2013. Your city manager may know part of the history of all of this. We've tried 3 different locations in Irvine, could not find one that works. This would be a state veteran cemetery to be owned and operated by the state of California, partially funded by reimbursement money from the Department of Veterans Affairs, their National Cemetery Administration. There have been applications put in there. They've been preliminary applications. but nothing has ever been approved because everybody couldn't get on the same page. And as we've gone for the last 8 years, more residents have moved into the one area that has been focused on the artist site, which is in the news. We tried to move it away from there near the 5 freeway. There's a referendum against that, trying to put it back in the artist site, which is probably the most expensive place that it could be put. And so we just finally gave up on Irvine and getting behind Gypsum Canyon because there's no neighbors, no schools, nobody gonna be concerned about feng shui and issues of all of this, and probably have had as much history knowledge of this project as anybody, and would be in a position to answer any questions a council member might have. Thank you very much. I ask your support.
Thank you so much for coming forward. Any other public comment?
Just a question. We weren't sure you commented on items 11 and 16. Will those be discussed tonight, or do we need to
Yes,
comment on them now?
They're coming
Okay,
right
thank
up.
you.
Thank you. All right. We've got a motion and a second on the consent calendar, and we'll start with item 11 that was pulled by Ms. Brenner.
We need a vote on the
Okay.
consent calendars other than items 11 and 16.
Okay, we're going to hold those up.
But prior to reading the votes, I'll read the ordinance titles. Sorry, there's a lot of them. For items 3 through 6, ordinance number 2021-16, an ordinance of the City Council of City of Newport Beach, amending Title 21 Local Coastal Program Implementation Plan of the Newport Beach Municipal Code and adopting Local Coastal Program Amendment LC 2019-6 related to residential design standards. Ordinance number 2021-17, amending Title 21 of the Newport Beach Municipal Code and adopting Local Coastal Program Amendment LC 2017-4 related to certain front yard and side yard setbacks on Lido Isle. Ordinance 2021-18, amending Title 21 of the Newport Beach Municipal Code related to the amortization of non-conforming signs, and Ordinance 2021-15, granting the 2020 non-exclusive franchise agreement for commercial solid waste and divertible materials handling services within the City of Newport Beach. Councilmember Dixon. Thank you. The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Brenner.
What's the name of that street? Okay. I was trying to get some insider information here from Will about item 11, but the reason I pulled this is because I wanted a little bit better understanding of how we decide what streets in town are overnight parking and whether we have street sweeping on all of our streets in town. I've been getting some complaints from the people that live in Newport Coast about the street adjacent to the fire station up there, which is Ridge Park. And they say that there are cars parked there that seem to be abandoned that are not moved. And I looked for any street sweeping signs and could find none. So I just want a better understanding of how we determine what streets are swept and what streets are for parking overnight and that sort of thing on item 11.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Dave Webb, your Public Works Director. To your question, Ms. Brenner, most streets in the city are free and overnight parking is available. Various streets might have restrictions depending on the nature of the street. All streets, I understand, residential are swept, but not all are swept by, for instance, a no parking ordinance. The areas that have a lot of traffic and that probably have a lot of debris, for instance, the peninsula, we will post no parking. It's a council direction on us. Areas like the port streets or other streets that don't have that problem are typically not posted because there's a trade-off. When you take away people's parking, they have to move their cars, shuffle. So we start with the premise that it's a public parking, it's a right of the public to have free parking all throughout the city, and then restrictions may be put on depending on the situation. So if that answers your question.
What about streets where we see that there is continuously overnight parking and what seems like abandoned cars or trucks or whatever? Do we have any way of regulating that?
So you also know that your ordinance, you have a 72-hour parking ordinance in the city, so no car can stay in one spot or any street for 72 hours. The police enforce that. There are particular streets that tend to collect cars, let's say. I think you mentioned Ridge Park. There's a street up
Yes.
there. Some of the things we find, and Tony Bryan's here to talk about specifics on those, but sometimes it has to do with an association. Sometimes it has to be a work environment. We have some associations that make rules or change things within their site, or they have problems with parking, so people park on the outside. We have people that find it's easier to park on the outside, I think, in this street, and they can go out the side gate to their car versus drive all the way around to their car. There's various reasons for that. So I know on that street, we've talked about it. I can't remember the specific solution. I think we put no parking on that street, but I could ask Mr. Bryan if you want more details on that.
Well, should residents, if they see cars that are there week after week, and should they call code enforcement? Should they call the police department? What should they do about that?
They would call the police department. They can mark the car. We can check on that. Oftentimes, unfortunately, if there is the occasional dilapidated car, something gets left there, and the police will come out and check that 72 hours, and they'll watch it. But oftentimes, we find those cars are from the residents themselves, the community. Someone's staying over. Someone parks an extra car out there, moves it around. It's usually a local problem, if that's the case, and the police will start looking at it and see if there's a problem on that.
Dave, would it be possible for you to reach out to Chief Boyles? Because the person that called me felt like these cars were impeding on the ability of the fire trucks to go in and out. So if you could check with Jeff and find out if there's any problem at that fire station with the cars that are parked nearby, that would be helpful.
In that street again, is that Ridge Lane you're talking about?
Ridge Park.
Ridge Park?
Yes. Thank you.
May I just ask a question?
Sure.
Mr. Webb, don't sit down.
And just briefly, this really isn't on the agenda, this item.
Oh.
This is really focused on Ford. Ford Road. It's
I
not
can't just
a
ask a
general
general
discussion
question?
of it. I think if it's brief, but this wasn't agendized to have a general discussion
Oh,
about
that's okay.
the streets.
Thank you anyway.
Okay.
I'll ask him
All right,
separately.
sorry about that.
All right, Ms. Brenner, anything else?
No, not on that.
All right. So we've got a motion and a second.
Public comment.
Public comment on the agenda?
Yeah.
On anything on the consent calendar?
No,
On the-
public comment on item
Yeah,
11.
on this item.
11.
Yeah, so this is agenda item number 11. If you have any comments.
Hi, everybody. My name is Rick Tilley, but I'm actually going to read something from my neighbor, Gina Miller, who wasn't able to be here today. So my name is Gina Miller, and I'm a partner at law firm of Snell and Wilmer. I live at 1706 Port Sheffield Place, and although I'm not able to physically be present here at the meeting tonight, I ask that Rick Tilley read this letter into the record so that the council can understand where I stand on this matter. First and foremost, I was very surprised to learn that without any discussion with the homeowners, the city unilaterally decided to move the no parking signs that had been up behind my house for years. The alleged basis for this change was to improve safety for adults and their children, but that statement makes no sense to me based upon what I've seen and observed on Saturday mornings and during the week from the participants on the soccer fields. I'm also surprised that the city is permitting construction vehicles to park long-term on the north side of Ford Road. The argument is that it is better for these vehicles to be parked on Ford Road than in the community itself. Although I agree with that statement, there is no basis for their equipment to be parked long-term either in the neighborhood or on Ford Road. Council members should be aware that the construction vehicles are always parked indefinitely on Ford Road. These companies are using Ford Road as a long-term parking lot for their equipment. It is essentially a free parking lot for construction companies and their subs. It's unclear to me why the homeowners have to endure these construction vehicles being parked on Ford indefinitely. I see children biking all along Ford Road, both on north and south side of the street, so parking there indefinitely on Ford does nothing to reduce the safety hazard. There has to be some rational cutoff of how long we're going to allow construction companies to park their vehicles for free on Ford Road. There are homes going up constantly in my neighborhood, but that does not justify us having to grant free parking for these construction companies indefinitely. For example, if the construction company needs a forklift they will be using for a 2-day period, they should bring it in for the job, take it back when it's not in business after their 2-day job. That is not what is happening. The vehicles are being parked there indefinitely on Ford Road without any rational justification. Then we are in the middle of a construction project in the neighborhood. There's a construction project across the street from my house that's been going on since 2018. Why should their delays in construction, which are chronic, mean that people cannot park on Ford Road to use the parks? Put simply, I see no basis to allow a stretch of Ford Road to be ceded permanently to these construction companies. I'm also deeply against the concept of allowing RVs and Sprinter vans to park for extended periods of time on the north side of Ford Road, which is the 250-foot provision that Mr. Bryan has suggested. First off, if someone has to park their RV, they need to pay for extended parking for the RV. They cannot use Ford Road as an extended parking lot. Second, the park is and a free bathroom are close by, and my concern is that there will be vagrants living on Ford Road soon enough. We have too many kids that roam up and down Ford Road each day, biking to school, riding to the park, or going for a jog to allow for this risk to their safety. I do not think it is safe or fair to allow construction companies to park their vehicles for free, to allow RVs to park so close to a park and a free bathroom. My concern is that it will incentivize people to live in an RV in my neighborhood. This is a bad precedent to set. My request is that you, can I finish? Sorry. My request is that you put the no parking signs back on the south side of Ford Road and you permanently cease allowing extended parking of any kind on Ford Road. I would probably create an exception for a construction vehicle, but no more than 48 hours, or it will get towed. Thank you, Gina Miller. I also wanted to mention for the council members that Mr. Radke, who's my 94-year-old neighbor, actually came today, but couldn't wait, so I had to take him home. So,
Thank you.
Hi, I just want to say thank you so much for listening to everything. It's wonderful to meet all of the people that we voted for and watch as you sincerely listen to our concerns. And we're really grateful for the proposal that you've made to eliminate overnight parking on the north and south side of the road. We're here today to let you know how important that is to us. And also, we've proposed some questions to Tony Bryan about why there needs to be 200 feet of dedicated space for RVs and other vehicles set aside for overnight parking on the north side of the road. The Sprinter van, which we mentioned in our last visit, is still there, and it's 290 inches. So to leave 250 feet for RVs and other parking allows space for 11 Sprinter vans. I don't see how anyone would ever want or need space for 11 Sprinter vans. So the concern from us is that this designation of 250 feet is being created for construction vehicles, which, as you can hear from Gina's email and from our previous comments, we're concerned about having construction vehicles and backhoes and materials, and it's basically turned into a construction site, as well as serial parking. There were some questions before about what the rules are. From what I understand from making probably 50 or more phone calls reporting RVs parking behind my house in the last 2 years, from what I understand, it can't be you can't do anything until it's been parked in the same spot for 72 hours. And then at that point, the police have to wait another 72 hours to come and mark the tire. At which point, if it's moved within 6 days, or an hour before 6 days, 1 inch, moving at 1 inch starts the clock all over again. So what we're dealing with is RVs who have been parking there for months and months on end. And our concern is that an RV parking there is going to, you see one RV or you see construction vehicles parking there for months on end, it invites other people to think, oh, that's where you can park things like this. So while I appreciate the removal of overnight parking on most of the north side of the street and all of the south side of the street, our request is that no overnight parking would be allowed on either side of the street. This is just one block. There remains another block right by the soccer fields. The next block over still will have overnight parking. I also asked Tony Bryan if there has been a request from the community, if anyone has expressed a need for additional RV parking in this area. I don't believe that there is a need for 11 RV parking spots. So I guess I pose that back to you. How much space do we need to dedicate for RVs and construction vehicles specifically in this one block of Ford Road that's behind our houses? It's a unique location where, while we are in the port streets, the back of our homes face this street. So our families and lots of children play on that street, and we also face this street. So I don't think that I don't know if our HOA can help with this, but it's a public parking spot that's very residential for the people who live on our street.
Thank you. Any additional speakers? All right. Thank you very much. Yep. Mr. O'Neill.
Yeah, Tony, would you mind coming up and explaining the 250 feet issue? And then also, just to clarify, my understanding of all of those construction vehicles, they were the gas company doing projects inside the port streets. But if you could address those two issues, I'd appreciate it.
Right. The 250-foot length is simply the north side. We established it's about 2/3 of the north side was going to be set for overnight parking restrictions, and this would leave about 1/3 available parking for anybody within the port streets area to park an RV or something. Let's say they were going to go out the next day on a camping trip, and they can't park their vehicle within the neighborhood. There's restrictions on oversized vehicles. They would have the ability to park just within that 1/3 segment on the north side. So we selected that length based on that. The construction vehicles, again, that's been a long-term project within the port streets, and that's what that is. It's the gas company that's been having their equipment there. And that work is supposed to be completed next month. In October, all their equipment would be removed at that time.
Are cars currently allowed to park overnight on the north side?
When this resolution, if this resolution is passed, they wouldn't be able to, except for that short segment.
Sorry, right now, if I wanted to, could I park my car overnight
Right
on
now,
the north side?
And both sides, yes.
And has that been true for how long has that been true on the north side?
There hasn't been any restrictions for overnight parking on the north side at all.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Now we have some public comments on non-agenda items. Yeah. Have to vote on this particular item. Yeah.
I'll move
Right.
staff recommendation
Thank
on
you.
this one.
We have a second?
Second.
The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Okay, and item 16. So voting on item 16, do we have a motion?
Oh,
Do I make
yeah.
one?
Yeah. I would like to hear from Dave Webb on this because this is a pretty exciting project. It's not our project, but an exciting project nonetheless.
Thank you again, Mayor, Council, and thank you for having this. This actually, thank you for pulling this item. It's kind of exciting. Teresa Schweitzer's with us tonight. She's our Finance and Administrative Manager. I'm going to have her talk just a little bit because what we're going to open up with is we have a volunteer program on trying to keep the city clean, staff multiplier, and she's been working on this program, and this ties right into that because this opportunity came up and we want to talk just a little bit about it. And then I also have representatives from Torellis here tonight. I wouldn't mind if you would give them just a minute to speak.
Good evening, Mayor Avery, members of the council. As Dave mentioned, my name is Teresa Schweitzer. I am the Finance Administrative Manager for the Public Works Department. So historically, volunteer efforts have been limited to beach and bay cleanups, and we get a few of these each month from organizations that lead cleanups regularly, but also from organizations that ask to host occasionally. And these efforts are greatly appreciated, but we have found that there are more ongoing unmet city needs and increasing service level demands that have led us to strategize different ways to do more with less. So the Public Works Department is in the process of developing and expanding our volunteer efforts, which will be a force multiplier for staff, address unmet needs, and provide a doorway for community involvement. We've identified different areas within the city with unmet needs, such as city parks, roadsides, trails, open space, specifically focusing on areas that don't have city services or not serviced by the city staff or contractor. And we're developing structured project sheets that can be easily distributed to volunteers, identifying what the project is, where it's located, when it would be a good time to conduct the project, and then how often the cleanups will be needed. Once those tasks are completed, we're going to update our website with opportunities and provide information about the cleanup program and start reaching out to the community businesses and organizations as well. And this also plays in well to the efforts of Councilmember Dixon and Brenner and O'Neill with the Clean Up the City efforts and increasing volunteerism. So Trellis International approached the city and asking to discuss their community impact team. And we saw this as part of the solution. Trellis is a nonprofit organization. They're located in Costa Mesa. They work closely with the homeless and the housing insecure in an effort to close the loop on self-sufficiency and assisting individuals in re-entering the employment market. CIT is a voluntary service program where participants gain work experience and skills through their work projects within the community. The pilot program before you today is a $30,000 grant agreement with a 1-year commitment. Trellis is going to provide 8 or more work projects with 3 to 4 volunteers and 1 supervisor at each project. Some of the various types of projects that they would do are trash and debris cleanup, vegetation trimming, and then removal or reporting of graffitis and stickers. Here we have a map of a typical volunteer project. This is Big Canyon Nature Park. The blue area is the focus area of work, but then we've also provided some additional work area with the green if there's time to address that as well. And the Trellis Community Impact Team took on this cleanup effort yesterday. And here we have some pictures of the effort with 3 volunteers and 1 team lead, and they were able to collect trash and debris within the trail and the parking area.
So thank you, Teresa. Very exciting program here. I think we can make a partnership, maybe if it can work out. We want to try this as a pilot project. We'd like to see if we can work with this organization. I think there's benefits for all if we could make it work. I would like to ask Terry Moore to come up. He can tell you a little bit more about Trellis because it is kind of a unique program. It's a grant opportunity and a partnership with the city and trying to keep our areas clean and up to date, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Dave. I don't mind at all. Mr. Mayor, council members, Grace, and city staff, thank you for taking a look at this proposal. We are really excited about it. Trellis is an organization that has been, as Teresa mentioned, operating in Costa Mesa for a considerable period of time. We have not just the homeless initiative, but we address other initiatives within the city, neighboring, which is one of our major policies, as well as education. But the community impact team was started several years ago, and what it basically is transitional work programs where we take our homeless and housing insecure individuals who are members of our impact team, and we find transitional work projects for them like yesterday's. What wasn't mentioned in the slide presentation is that they are compensated. Yes, they are volunteers, but virtually the vast majority of the money that is being asked for, this $30,000, goes directly in the form of Visa gift cards to our volunteers. Even though a lot of our people that are participating in these programs are now in the shelter, and again, congratulations to the city for being collaborative with Costa Mesa in the shelter, which has been a runaway success from our standpoint at any rate. Once you're housed, your general relief goes down dramatically. So yeah, it's great to have a roof over your heads, but if you can't afford to have a car or pay for your phone, that makes it rough. So people are able to use these funds for whatever they need. We're actually in the middle of a massive project that came to us from an organization called Doing Good Works. And this, we have probably 12 people within our organization that are going to be making $750 this month because they're working 5 days a week, 4 hours a day. Our projects are 4 hours a day. We don't want to overburden anybody. And it's not just the money, of course. What it's doing for changing people's attitude about themselves is really the win. We're teaching life skills as well. We're going to be doing, their resume building. We're helping people, these people that are making $750, we're now going to be 1099ing them. So they're going to need bank accounts. So we're helping them, in that way as well. All of this is moving people forward. It's propelling them into a different way of life. We all agree that housing first is really the model that is effective in dealing with homelessness. But close on the heels of that is full-time employment, and that's what we're working for. We've had so many people that have already moved into full-time employment. We identified, I have a couple of my colleagues here, Scott Ziegler and Isabel Carpenter. Isabel is our Director of Operations. We've identified, thanks to Dave really and his staff, who asked us to kind of rank all the people within our organization that are going to go out and work. And you'll see, I think the staff report that was prepared for this was terrific, as was the grant proposal. So we have ranked these people as to their abilities, their reliability, and we've already identified, just in the past few weeks, 4 people that we feel very strongly can move immediately into full-time employment. And so I'm kind of actively trying to search out opportunities for them. Last spring, Trellis received a CDBG from the city of Costa Mesa, which allowed them, is really a post-COVID kind of revitalization of the impact team program, because obviously last year we weren't sending people out on work projects. So it allowed them to hire Scott and myself. My particular job is to go out and find these jobs for people. And it's because of my familiarity with so many people on the council and Grace. I used to sit in one of those chairs as part of the homeless task force. One of the first things that I did when I was given this job was to contact Natalie and Carol. We had a Zoom meeting. They were excited about it. They immediately turned this idea over to Dave, and his staff took it and ran with it. So that's why we're here today. We are excited. This is one time that there's really no downside. The city wins. We're actually going to be compensated at a reduced rate from your temporary help. But really the main thing is our people who are homeless are going to be helped, and the city is going to be able to say, we are serious about addressing the issue of homelessness. We don't want our people to be sleeping on the streets. We're moving them forward. We're moving them into the shelter, and we're moving them out of the shelter into full-time employment and permanent supportive housing. So we hope and pray that you will support this proposal. We think it's a marvelous one, and we hope that you do too. Isabel, do you have anything to say? Would you like to share anything? Okay, well, good. We'll leave you then. Thank you so much, and we hope for your support. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything further on this?
No, actually, I'm excited. Thank you for the time tonight. I think it's a great way to bridge that third leg of taking them out from homeless, trying to reintroduce people in the workforce. The city gets some benefit of that, and as we give training, they also gain some skills from us. We, in turn, get some cleanliness and help around the city where areas we need to tidy up a little bit. So hopefully I'm here to answer any questions on that.
Great. Thank you, Dave. Any further comment on this item 16?
Mayor Avery, members of the council, my name is Jim Mosher. This sounds like a wonderful program. I'm glad that you are, or hope that you are going to vote to support it. I did want to emphasize, though, that nobody reading the agenda for this meeting would have the slightest inkling that that was what this program was about. And that's kind of an ongoing problem with our Newport Beach Council agendas, that the agenda is just copying the staff recommendation And the explanation of what the recommendation is about was actually in the abstract of the staff report. And so seeing the recommendation that you are authorizing $30,000 to Trellis, with people perhaps not even knowing who Trellis is, means really nothing. So I think we could do better on our agendas, saying what the actual item is that you're going to be voting on. And beyond that, I would just like to say that I'm very pleased to see that the homeless or formerly homeless or sheltered volunteers are actually going to be paid with the city money. And that, again, is something that you would not guess even carefully reading the grant proposal. But I'm glad that that is the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, bring it back up to the dais. Ms. Brenner.
Yes, I wanted Terry to tell you about the piece of equipment that they recently bought, because it plays into something that Diane and I have been requesting over and over and over again about keeping our sidewalks clean. Terry, could you tell them about the piece of equipment you bought?
I'm happy to. We had one of our very generous donors at a request from us. We put out a request, and within 2 days, it was answered for a high-powered pressure washer. I know we're really excited to do that. We had a couple of restaurant cleaning jobs, and we had to borrow a power washer from one of our partner churches, which was great, but it keeps breaking down. So we have a state-of-the-art, gorgeous piece of equipment. Interestingly, last Saturday, I asked the 30 or however many people we had in our meeting who would like to be trained in this. And 12 or 13 people signed up to be trained in using the power washing, including about 4 women. So we're excited about that. We think this is going to open up really a vast schedule of work for us. We're excited to clean your sidewalks, Joy.
Terry, I just wanted you to also kind of emphasize that these services are available for people in businesses around town or people that own property that would like some work done, that it's not just the city that's going to be utilizing these services, that you are available to help other people, and that the end goal is for these people to learn the value of working for something and being proud of what they've done, and hopefully to move into the workforce so that they are reemployed and able to lead a little healthier life.
I don't think I need to, Joy. I think you just did. So thank you so much for that. But yes, absolutely. We could envision actually partnering the community impact team with our neighboring initiative and going into a neighborhood and sponsoring a block party and saying, you know what, everybody chip in $20 and we will power wash your streets. Or if you want us to wash your windows or do whatever. Our team is amazingly skilled at so many things. And most of the people, honestly, that participate in our projects are homeless or housing insecure situationally. Most of them, in fact, 3 of the 4 people that were on, and Scott led that project yesterday at Big Canyon, 3 of the 4 people are there because of a situation that happened to them. They're not addicts. They've never been addicts. 2 were there because their divorces left them bereft. It's really a sad thing. But all these people have come from a place. They just haven't been working for a while. Other people certainly have lost all their jobs during COVID, and they haven't come back. So when we start talking to people, one of the guys yesterday says, I was a server in some really good restaurants, and I lost my job because there were, nobody was going to restaurants. So we're going to find him a job, honestly. Several of our clients, several of the sponsors, as we call them, that hire us, hire our volunteers to do this, are restaurants. That seems to be kind of a happy place for us. We go in and we clean the kitchens. Noah, are you listening to this part? I don't know. So we go in and we clean the kitchens, we power wash their mats, we do the deep cleaning and things like that. There are a lot of things that we can do from yard work. You know, we could go into a situation if there is a family in a community that really can't take care of their own property, you know, maybe the neighbors could get together and chip in and do this. So in large, we see this opportunity as a way for Trellis, which our Trellis goal is to bring communities together, to collaborate. The people, the residents, the businesses, the city government, and the faith community, and bring them all together to make communities better and to foster volunteerism. So we're excited to be part of Newport Beach.
Great.
And,
Thank you,
Brad.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great program. All right, any other public comment? Okay, just to make sure. So now do we have a motion or discussion? Okay, Ms. Brenner, motions, Ms. Dixon seconds. Please vote.
Motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
All right, thank you. And now we have public comments on non-agenda items. Any public comment out there, please come forward on non-agenda items.
Good evening. My name's Steve Schwartz, 324 Snug Harbor. Thank you, Mayor, council people, for allowing us to speak. I recently helped my daughter buy a home at 2279 Tustin Avenue. She got married this summer, and we recently found out that right across the street on Vista Bahia, that a mental health home is in the process of being constructed. This, of course, made her nervous. She wants to raise a family there. We've heard all about what happened down the street over by Santa Ana Country Club with someone from one of these homes breaking in to someone's house in the middle of the night, and it's all a little scary. I had no idea until I looked into a little bit how little the city council has an ability to stop this. It's a state approval, as I understand. And I understand you have a job to protect the city and to protect your residents, and we appreciate that. What confuses, and I've talked to a number of residents since then, what confuses us is that if you read an article September 10th in the Register about what happened in Costa Mesa, how they made some rules that you had to have, reasonable rules that you couldn't have a felon or a sex offender run one of these homes, that you had to get a city permit, which according to the Register is difficult to get, that you had to have 24/7 supervision at these homes, some reasonable requirements that apparently they went to court. Some of these homes went to court to fight, and City of Costa Mesa was one. I guess earlier in the meeting, somebody brought this up, and I think one of the council members mentioned that the city of Newport Beach has pioneered some of their own rules. It's a little confusing. Has the city of Newport Beach, perhaps you guys can answer that, has the city of Newport Beach invoked the same rules that the city of Costa Mesa has to protect their citizens? And they pioneered that and at least went to court in the initial court proceedings and were victorious. So we're hoping that the city of Newport Beach can do at least what Costa Mesa has done. And I appreciate your consideration.
Okay, thank you.
And just briefly, I mentioned this earlier in the meeting when the issues are raised. So Costa Mesa's ordinances are based off of Newport Beach's. They're almost identical. And it might be confusing. I know that there's been some discussion that Costa Mesa's ordinances go farther than Newport Beach's. Costa Mesa's ordinance does not regulate licensed facilities. It does not.
Next speaker, please.
Some of this may be a reiteration, but Mr. Mayor, City Council, my name's Todd McFarland and I live on Vista Bay. I've been made aware that there is a San Diego developer, yes, a San Diego developer, who wants to put in a rehab sober living, whatever facility you want to call it, on my street. I don't want this, and my neighbors, many of whom are here tonight, do not want it either. This developer has no regard for the neighbors or the city. I know this as the day he took ownership of the property, they started demolition and remodeling without permits. They were shut down pending an investigation. If we were not able to speak about this tonight, I implore you to make this an agenda item in a future meeting. These facilities are not in the interest of a neighborhood, nor the patients themselves. They are money makers for those who implement them. These facilities can cause problems for the neighborhood, as has been in the case for such a facility just blocks away from us on 22nd Street. As that facility, this street in the past has been shut down by police many times before due to the patient threatening other patients and residents in the neighborhood. Just a few weeks ago, again, a few blocks away from where I live, a patient started banging on houses and eventually broke down the door of one of the houses and was shot and killed. We do not need any more of these facilities in our neighborhood where kids are playing, people are out walking and talking with other neighbors. These are quiet neighborhoods, or they used to be, before these types of facilities started popping up. We, the neighbors, do not want this facility to move forward, and you can stop this. Costa Mesa put into effect an ordinance that outlines how many and how close together these facilities can be placed. Most recently, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals upheld a lower court's decision in favor of the city and their ordinance. I'm asking you for my safety, the safety of the neighborhood, and more importantly, the safety of all the children that play, ride bikes, and ride on the street to go to school, that you put in place such an ordinance and enforce it, as well as preventing this San Diego developer who has no vested interest in our neighborhood from implementing such a facility. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll just reiterate that that distancing requirement does not apply to their licensed facilities. Once again, their licensed facilities have no distancing requirements. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm a neighbor also of the Tustin 23rd area. I'd just like to point out, you may be aware, but there's a residential facility 7 houses away from the facility, proposed facility for the mentally ill, and I guess the PTSD facility. So it's only 7 houses away. Now, maybe unlicensed, I'm not sure, and I don't know if you're aware of it or not, but I've only become aware of it because sometimes at night we'll see people smoking on neighbors' lawns. They'll come to and from that house. There's also beer cans around that house. Other evidence of drinking or perhaps even drugs. So again, I'm not sure whether you're aware of that, but 7 houses away on 23rd and Lakeside, there is some sort of facility that it's either alcohol or some substance abuse type facility that they run. I'm not sure it's supervised or how it all works, but it now with the shooting 3 weeks ago, kind of takes, I guess, a heightened sense of concern on my part. So I've got a wife and 2 daughters. We're very close to this facility. I'm very sympathetic to PTSD, particularly people, veterans that come back with that issue. But I'll say that I was at a San Diego Padre game 3 weeks ago. Up one row, down about 6 seats, there was a military male who
got up, got very angry at someone in front of him for routing the wrong way. We weren't even sure, no one was quite sure why this, he just flew into a rage, ripped off his shirt, he wanted to attack this person. Turned out that he had recently returned from being deployed. It took 5 people to restrain him. I've got a wife and 2 daughters. You know, I'm not sure exactly, you know, what I would do in a situation that my neighbor faced 3 weeks ago, but I'm very concerned. And I just would ask you to please, and I'm sure you're concerned as well. I know most of you have families, and it's a great neighborhood. My heart goes out to people with PTSD and mental illness, but I know now, as a fact, 3 weeks ago, in my neighborhood, this is now a matter of, could be life and death. And I certainly don't know what I'd do if someone came into my house at 4 o'clock in the morning with my 2 daughters and wife. I mean, it just, but it's a reality. So would ask you for your help, street lights, police patrols, whatever you think you can do, but we really need your help. And again, seems to be an overconcentration with a facility just 7 houses away. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah, and just briefly, I understand what you're saying and where you're coming from. The state's really put cities and local government in a really bad position related to how we govern issues that are impacting our citizens. And the state has basically taken all the authority away from the city and basically put it into their hands. Once they license them, then those facilities are basically have to be treated exactly like single-family homes. And so there's no distancing requirements that apply to them or other regulations that that the city could implement if it wanted to. So we've tried to change the state law over the years. The state has not been willing to do so. And you already had your chance to speak. I'll speak to you offline if you want, but
okay.
It's only one per customer. But I think that ultimately we understand what you're saying, and it's the state that regulates these facilities. And you're welcome to reach out to your state representatives, but they've basically taken local control away on these issues.
Next speaker, please, on non-agenda items. All right. Seeing no one.
It's me again.
Yes.
Does anyone know what I'm here to speak about?
Yes.
Has anything been done about it?
No, just please go ahead with whatever comment you have. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm not exactly, I don't know politics very well. I'm not exactly sure what it takes to get something passed, to do something for your people. But I'm just going to review for you one more time some of the important things that are going on that it seems like everyone wants to ignore. There's a lot of multi-mode fiber optic cables, and they destroy us in 2 ways. The sound waves, when the cables move through the wind and the rain, the wires move up and down and they create sound waves. This creates radiation, and they go a long, long way. There's no way of getting around them. We're all exposed. Those cables also deliver electricity, and if you have more electricity pumping through those cables going into someone's home and you have more electricity than you need, you're exposing them to danger. Frankly, I'm really disappointed because I thought we vote politicians in to do something for us and to do something that's healthy for everyone. And when I don't get an email back, it's pretty discouraging. I don't know what else to say. Why you can't comment on it or you can't give me any feedback? Why?
This is your opportunity to speak.
Right, and I'm asking you why.
Oh, we don't answer.
Why?
So it's not appropriate to really ask the council questions. This is your chance to make comments. So if you have comments to make, please make them.
Okay. Well, my comments, but I guess my comments are, well, I mean, if you all like to get fried, then and ignore it, ignore the obvious, then go for it. And if you want to do that to the rest of us, you're not going to be sitting there, I assure you, and somebody else will be sitting in your seats, because no one will vote for you if you don't do something that is going to help us. That's it.
All right. Well, thank you for coming down and speaking.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for letting me talk. I live on Tustin Avenue, and this is a follow-up to the mental facility that's going in next to us. I think a lot of questions that myself and my neighbors have is, if the state is the person, or if the state is the people controlling this, what did Costa Mesa go to court fighting about? The OC Register obviously said that Costa Mesa came and they won certain appeals and certain things. What happened there that allowed them to come and that the OC Register fought about? For example, they said that they needed 24/7 surveillance, and there's certain permits that the city of Costa Mesa has. Is that something that exists in Newport Beach, since you say we have the same ordinances as Costa Mesa? Or the person here was the one talking to us before, but not sure if anyone else has an answer for that, but. Oh, sorry. I was just asking, does Newport Beach have, so according to the OC Register, in Costa Mesa, you need 24/7 surveillance laws and certain permits to be able to have these facilities. Are you saying that Newport Beach does have that? And if the state is, holding our feet to the fire and holding the city's feet to the fire, what is allowing the Costa Mesa city to be able to fight these lawsuits?
So once again, this is not like a Q&A session, but I'll be happy to answer your question. So the state licensed facilities, I was just showing some of the other neighbors, even on Costa Mesa's website, it says that they don't regulate the 6 and under state licensed facilities. So I think to the extent you're asking whether the state licensed facilities are regulated by the city of Costa Mesa, the answer to that is absolutely not. Now, they raised some questions about whether or not one of the facilities is state licensed or not, and that's something that we can work through about whether it is or not. But as far as the state licensed facilities, Costa Mesa isn't regulating those.
So what lawsuit did Costa Mesa win then?
So Costa Mesa basically litigated the same ordinance that we have, okay, that was challenged by the same people that challenged our ordinance, and we still have our ordinance on the books. And they won at the Ninth Circuit to basically say that the ordinance that they have is valid. That ordinance that they have that's valid does not regulate licensed facilities. Now, this isn't on the agenda, so we can't really have a discussion about this. I'm happy to talk to anybody who wants to talk about this issue outside of the council meeting, but the council needs to move on with the business. This isn't on the agenda, so if you have additional public comments to make, please feel free to do so. But this isn't a time for a discussion of this item.
When can we discuss it with you again?
I'll be happy to set up a meeting. If you guys want to come down, we'll have a meeting and touch base. I'll have the Community Development Director join us.
That would be wonderful. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
All right, so we're still open for public comment. All right, seeing none. Ms. Dixon?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. City Attorney, don't go anywhere. Just for further clarification, a couple things that we could still do, whether they're state, or clarify for me, can the city patrol the area and enforce our codes?
Yeah, so that's the one thing I point out to people in general, that if people believe there's a violation of the municipal code that's basically generally applicable to everyone, or they believe that someone's violating a state law or something that's applicable for the police, they're welcome to call that in. I mean, the police patrol these areas. We don't harass these facilities. We're not going to set a police officer out in front of them. But in general, we respond to all complaints that are made to the city. I think you have to be really careful that they are a protected class. You don't want to reach a level of harassment of them. But in general, the city responds to.
I thought that was part of the Ninth Circuit or an earlier court decision that they are not a protected class.
People in recovery are protected. So if you're recovering from alcohol or drugs, then you are protected. You're basically deemed a protected class.
Okay, another question regarding just our code enforcement aspect. If people are smoking and drinking alcohol, they're able to do that on their private property?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, somebody was saying about the smoking, and it's not against the law.
People can smoke on their private property, yes.
And we are enforcing, so I guess one of the takeaway messages is to encourage residents to call the police.
Yeah, if there's a crime being committed, police will call the police. Yeah, so smoking's not against the law.
Right, I understand that.
Right.
Now, what do we do proactively with the state of California to urge them and encourage them to enforce their licensing agreements?
So we work with to the extent we can, we work with the state. They will not work with us on active investigations that they have going. So if you report something to the state and they're investigating it, we typically don't, they will not reveal that information to us. The states basically cut local government out of the loop on these things. And it's unfortunate, but that's the way it is.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Could I just add one thing? Aaron, could we emphasize to people that it's really important to work with our state elected officials and even the county officials, that it's not something that we're able to control the way we'd like to, but working with the higher electeds is a really important part.
I think that's probably the most important part. And I try to emphasize that this evening, that while it appears this is a local issue, the state has basically taken this issue away from local government. And so to the extent people don't like the laws, they should talk to their state representatives about that. I mean, ultimately, that's where the change has to happen. The city of Newport Beach has pushed for change at the state level for a long time, and we have not been successful. And so I think that putting pressure on the state legislator across the board to return local control is kind of where the pressure needs to be applied.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. And I'll just add, it's very frustrating for us. So, and we get your frustration with this, and none of us, if we could do something, we would, believe me. If we had the ordinances, we could do something, we would. But we cannot. And this is very much similar, it's a different thing entirely, but it's still with the housing issue we have with the mandates that are being pushed down on us. That's totally from the state. So the future of this town in many ways is not ours now. We have to try and do whatever we can with very few tools to fight for the city on the housing issues. And this is very similar in the sense that we don't have the tools to help you. And so then it's really, and we certainly talk to people at the state level about this, but it's going to take some sort of legislative miracle to get it turned around. And it's in my neighborhood. I've got a board and care home right next door. So a wonderful family moved out, and now I've got a whole other world next door. So I get it, and the last thing any of us wants, is to have the issues that you have. But the police will respond, and if there's a place that is not licensed by the state, we will certainly follow up on that. So we certainly want to do what we can for our residents, And certainly Mr. Duffield is concerned about it. We're all concerned about it. But it's just our reality, and I think if you follow things at the state level, you kind of see some things you can't believe, and that's what's happening. So thank you very much for coming down, and we appreciate your comments. Just by making us aware of this situation, or more aware, we are aware of it, but making us more aware of it, and putting it on that human level that you did is important for us to hear, and for your neighbors to hear, and by neighbors I mean your community here in Newport Beach. So thank you. All right, and now we're going to move on to public hearing items, and this is item number 24. Community Development Block Grant Program Years 2021 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. And does the council need a report on this? All right.
I'll move the item.
Thank you.
I'll second.
All right. Please vote.
Public comment.
We do need to
Public
open
comment?
the public.
Yeah.
Mayor Avery, members of the council, my name again is Jim Mosier. This item, as indicated in the table on the second page of the staff report and the one on page 9, figure 1, a little unusual this year, and it's showing substantial amounts of money that was granted to the city that were not spent by the end of the year. And they seem to be largely related to the small business grant programs that were announced with some fanfare, and the money does not seem to have been dispensed. So it might be useful to clarify, because the report is rather opaque. It's not easy to read. What is the significance of the unspent money? Has it been lost, or is it being reprogrammed to be spent in the coming year? Are you going to retool the small business program, or what is happening? I think it would be useful for the public to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment on this item? Item number 24. All right, we have a motion and a second. So please vote. Item number 25. Oh,
One
I'll wait
moment.
for the vote.
Thank you. The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Okay, item 25 is resolution number 2021-8 for an additional extension of emergency temporary use permits. Okay. Do we need a public hearing on this? All right. Do we have anyone that wants to comment on this item?
Thank you again, Mayor Avery, members of the council. My name is Jim Mosier. First of all, I think if the city attorney was here, the council member who left was supposed to make some announcement as to why he was leaving. The second comment I wanted to make is that the agenda item says it's an extension of emergency temporary use permits, which you extended once back in June. The previous extension went through September 8th. Today is September 14th. Normally in Newport Beach, if you have a permit, we offer extensions of permits. Conditional use permit, well, that's not a good example, building permits, but you have to request and have the extension go into effect before the old permit expired. So the natural question to ask is, if your previous extension ended on September 6th, those permits are gone. I don't know how you can extend something that is expired. So are there permits that have expired and cannot be renewed now? Or is this somehow not being correctly stated in the title, and you're actually somehow resurrecting old permits and then extending them? That is the comment I'm trying to make. I don't know if I'm making it clear, but it seems something odd that we allowed the old permits to lapse and now somehow they're being extended. And I do not understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this item?
Oh, just briefly also, I'll just announce Councilmember Blom recused himself earlier in the meeting due to business interest conflicts on item 25.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and officers of the city. My name is Jeff Shields. I'm an attorney representing resident and business owner of over 16 years in the city, Jill Markowitz. I first of all endorse the comments that were made because the permit has already lapsed, and that's a very valid legal point. I hope you all had a chance to look at my correspondence. I apologize for the lateness of getting it to you this morning, but this is a situation, and this issue is one, and its extension attempt is an issue that just became of awareness to my client. What was the original purpose of the emergency temporary use permits? It was, of course, because of the pandemic. It was because restaurants were being closed. They had to have outdoor dining situations. Everybody understands that. That no longer exists. There are no mandatory closures. There are no mandatory mask requirements. There are no indoor restrictions. The restaurants are thriving. They're wide open. The two that are of particular concern to my client, which is Art Butcher and Baker, which is Mr. Blum's restaurant, and also Helmsman Ale House, are wide open. And again, just packed. Even last night when I was over there on a Monday evening, they're packed. So there's not a need for emergency extensions because the indoor dining that they all had is already back in full force. At the June 8th meeting, when this extension was approved, there was specific instruction from this council to those people who would like to have additional time, apply for a limited term permit. 24 people did that, as is in the staff report. 24 people, including these two restaurants, applied. They're entitled to an independent review on the merits and a public hearing as to their particular situation. They don't need a blanket use of the entire city restaurant to be able to have this outdoor dining if they deserve it and if they need it. We are dealing here with a situation with an ETUP, which is a gift from the city. This is an emergency temporary gift. Okay, this is not something earned or entitled to. It was a gift from the city, but it comes with a cost. The cost is to the neighbors. The neighbors bear the burden of the outside noise and the annoyance and the nuisance, and that changes their property values and their lifestyle. I'm talking tonight about two bad actor restaurants. Okay, again, Helmsman and Ark. Okay, bad actors, let me put this in context for you. Okay, since the ETUPs were awarded to these two restaurants, combined between them, they have had 16 administrative citations or notices of violation. 16. Again, putting it in context, a block or so away, you've got a Villa El Ranchito restaurant. It's been there for over 40 years. I'm informed they have never had an administrative citation or notice of violation. Great community neighbor. Not the case here. Moreover, since the June 8th meeting up until tonight, my client has 23 documented complaints to code enforcement and to the police department that have been made for, again, violations of their ETUP requirements. Let me give you two egregious examples, both involving Ark, okay, and our city council member Blum. Okay, first of all, last year, without a permit, without any ability or right, on a temporary basis.
How much more time do you need?
I have about 30 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you. No permit, he built in a cement and brick over the 3 parking lot spaces. Was cited for a violation, didn't remove it. 3 weeks ago, he put in a permanent structure, again, without a permit, patio cover. Is the city council above the law? I don't think so. Is this French Laundry and Governor Newsom again? I think that's what it looks like. If you, for any reason, want to go ahead and pass this on a blanket basis, please consider the amendment that I suggested, which is it only would apply to holders of ETUPs who have not, during the course of their ETUP, received notices of violation or administrative citations. Then you weed out the bad actors, you don't reward them, and you protect the neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Okay, we'll bring it back here. Ms. Dixon?
A couple of things. I'm disappointed that there have been the number of citations, 16 notice of violations, and other restaurants in the area have not been. Maybe Mr. Georges, if you could come up, I have some questions on code enforcement.
Really?
Could you just report on what the code violations have been since the emergency ordinance has been in effect in the restaurants in the whole city?
Well, from what I have from the records, we do have a number of restaurants, about 6 of them, that have had complaints really about noise issues. And typically from a code enforcement standpoint, we want to work with our businesses. So we have our counseling session. So we go and talk to those businesses and tell them what are the issues, and that they'll receive a citation or their E2P will get immediately revoked. Usually we do obtain compliance. We've had a couple of those businesses, about 3 of them, have actually received citations from us. And then since then, they have resolved their outstanding issues. And then finally, we've had 2 restaurants that had their E2Ps actually revoked. But they do have appeal rights, and they have appealed and gone through the administrative process, and their E2Ps got restored, and now they're in compliance with their conditions.
What's the appeal process?
They can file appeal directly to the city manager. It is a hearing where the restaurant who's the applicant will plead their case. Staff, myself, will say what the violations are, and we'll go through the evidence that we do have. It is evidence-based. So we have to have supporting evidence for that revocation.
And so on the revocations, the 2 were restored after they fixed the problem or the violation?
Right, and one of them actually changed the management left, the brand new menu, brand new business concept, brand new everything. So it was a completely new establishment. And then the other one actually changed. They finally understood that we meant business, and that they changed their menu also.
What's the difference in those documents that Ms. Markovitz sent to all of us? There were many warnings and few actual citations over a long period of time. Could you talk about that process, please?
I do understand there are been warnings. We have received complaints. Some complaints, again, code enforcement officers needs to visualize and see the violation. I understand Ms. Markowitz has sent videos on that. That's not substantial for us enough, because we don't have typically we don't have a code enforcement officer there. But we have issued several citations for one of those businesses, and then the other ones we've had counseling sessions with them.
So talk about the visual evidence. So we now have code enforcement working weekends and
That's
late
correct.
nights, so they're able to go over if there is a request.
That's correct. And Ms. Markowitz also has complaints with regards to patrons doing drug use in the parking lot, and and those types of criminal activity. Those are criminal issues that we do continue to encourage Ms. Markowitz to contact the police department, because our code enforcement officers can't deal with those issues.
Okay. Do we have any? Well, I can talk to Chief Lewis in a moment. So for the restaurants that are using public space, whether it's these 2 that we're talking about or others, is there any? Is this a gift of taxpayer assets to allow this use of public space?
I wouldn't say characterized as a gift, but we are allowing them to expand their table service out onto either the public sidewalk or some of our metered parking spaces down by Newport Pier. And this is something that the council has unanimously provided to those restaurants to get through the COVID period. Some of the restaurants have asked that, they're still kind of suffering through the COVID process. The summer season has died off. The season's getting slower, so they were asking to extend this.
The season always gets slower. I mean, they're allowed, as the gentleman said, the restaurants are open for inside service, correct?
That is correct.
Have we ever done any auditing of these businesses that are operating with an emergency permit to understand the financials?
No, we have not done
Because
any of
I
that.
drive around the peninsula every day, especially I notice this on weekends. I didn't notice it last night, but the restaurants are at capacity on the outside. So I think they're having the best year ever, frankly. My personal opinion is that to allow this to be extended, as the proposed resolution is, to December 31st. However, and even this would be my suggested condition, if others agree, if there is a code violation and a citation given, that's an immediate revocation, obviously. Also, additionally, I want to ask you about hours of operation. What are the closing hours for these restaurants, all restaurants under the emergency ordinance?
So the majority is 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. So there's different for different locations. So these 2 restaurants that the gentleman just spoke about, they are at 10 p.m. closing time. It's 10 p.m. for the outdoor service. It's not 10 p.m. for
Correct.
the indoor service.
I understand. That's a good point. So are we code enforcing on hours of operation?
We are, so code enforcement is a reactive program. So if there's a complaint, they will respond to the complaint. We're not monitoring all the restaurants on a continuous basis. We just don't have the staff to do that.
I know. So, so we've given an emergency ordinance, but it's up to the residents to code enforce.
It is a reactive
That's a burden placed on the residents, and the use of public property is creating this burden to the residents, but they still have to call and report it.
Yeah, I understand. Yes.
So I would like to see with this extension, the following, that hours of operation for the outside use of their operation in public space is follow the rules in terms of 9 or 10 p.m. close or whatever you've already previously said. And if they're using the public space, the public right-of-way, we've talked a lot tonight and in previous meetings about maintenance of the public space. Now that we know that Trellis has a pressure washer, there's another opportunity for their workers, because I have walked the sidewalks and they're filthy. I mean, people spill their soft drinks, sugar drinks, people step on it, and it's a mess. So I think that's part of the code enforcement, is to protect our public right-of-way. They're getting it for free.
Sure.
And I'd be supportive as long as there's no further code violations, but I guess I'm just speaking now for the record. If there are, for any restaurant, my recommendation would be that they would be, the end of their emergency use permit would be the right thing, because they're not following the rules. And we are extending a gift of public resources and extending the opportunity. They have greater business capacity than they've had before. It's wonderful to be able to be outside, and I wish that people could respect the rules. That's all I'm asking, is respect the rules. Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Brenner.
Simone, I have a couple of questions. What is the process for a restaurant that has established an outdoor dining area that would like to make that permanent? How do they go about that?
We have an application process with the city, and they would submit that application. So some of the restaurants are utilizing, doesn't matter which restaurant. Some of them have on-site parking spaces. So right now we haven't changed our parking standard. We are reviewing that and studying that. So we'll be back with the council in hopefully soon. But in the meantime, we need to understand the loss of parking, and if there's going to be a parking waiver, and that will have to go to the planning commission as a discretionary application. It's not done at the staff level.
Some of these restaurants have been very respectful and have established outside areas that I think the neighbors enjoy as much as they do. But the one I'm thinking of is a breakfast and lunch restaurant, so it's not impacting their ability to sleep at night. My other question is, how are the hours determined? Like, how do you decide one is a 9 p.m. closing and one is a 10?
It was a case-by-case basis. A lot of the restaurants that we started off with was at 9 p.m. So majority were at 9 p.m. The restaurants came back and said, 9 p.m. is great, but we'd love 10 p.m. if we can. And we would look at our GIS map to see how close they are to residents. We would tell some of them, not all of them, some of the establishments, can you talk to your residents first before we grant you a 10 p.m.? So there were a number of amendments where we amended the use permits and granted them to 10 p.m. And I'll turn to Makana. Have we granted anybody above 10 p.m.?
No.
Okay, so we're at 10 p.m. and that's kind of been the general process. We really started at 9 and then we worked our way up to 10.
Do you know what the percentage is or the numbers are that close at 9 and those that close at 10?
Maybe 1/3 have 10 p.m., 2/3 are 9. The vast majority are 9.
I would think that the 10 p.m. Restaurants would be ones where they really would not be impacting the neighbors, and that's obviously not the case in these two restaurants.
Certainly, we have had complaints down on the peninsula also. I think the challenge we get sometimes is that they got a full house, 10 p.m. is a little early for them, and they want to run a little later, and then we got some of the complaints. We've been able to address a lot of the complaints by actually just speaking to the business owners in the establishment, but it does happen, and we're aware of that.
We've got so many restaurants that are really good neighbors and that really make every effort to work with the residents that live near them, that it's like they should be rewarded, and we should somehow have a system that discourages restaurants from operating in a way that impacts their neighbors. I have a couple other questions. I have been approached by former Mayor Nancy Gardner, who indicated to me that she thinks that the handicap access is being denied for many restaurants that are on sidewalks. Do you know what the rules are about that and what can be done about it?
So on the public sidewalks, they have to maintain at least a minimum of 4-foot clearance. Our policy L21 requires a 6-foot clearance, and your resolution tonight waives that 6-foot clearance and it drops it down to 4. So that's really the state minimum. And then from there, you need to allow public access to the front door. And it's really wheelchair access. And you have some of those establishments on Marine Avenue that are maybe older and they never really provided true wheelchair access. But the whole idea is you need to allow that clearance so wheelchairs can come in and out from that restaurant.
And if that's not happening, then
They can definitely call code enforcement. We address those accessibility complaints. We're actually required to.
Would you give that phone number again? Or
I have it right here. I do have it here.
I have the police non-emergency number.
Code enforcement is 644-3215.
3215. Okay. And, I'm a little conflicted on this item because, our numbers are up with COVID now. I know there are a lot of people that don't want to go inside restaurants to eat. So I really feel like we should be encouraging the good operators to do this and giving them every benefit, but at the same time, if people are annoying their neighbors, then we should somehow limit that. So I would be in favor of Diane's proposition that if there are code enforcement issues or complaints, that it would trigger that permit being reviewed at least by you or perhaps rescinded.
Certainly. So is that an amendment to the resolution, or is that just more of just kind of an operational?
Diane, were you making an amendment to the resolution?
Well, I'll make a motion that we amend the resolution to include those conditions that we've talked about. If there is a code violation that is given a citation, that are we saying any restaurant? Or, any restaurant, then their emergency use permit would be revoked?
Well, I think you need to give them some due process consideration, and that's already built into into the process. So, and we've been through the revocation on some of the restaurants. So, I think that is an important point. But I think it's general good guidance that the council, if that's the will of the council, that if there are violations, that they should be moving through the process that's been.
So it's already there. So it's not really a motion to amend?
That would not be a part of it, but I think your maintenance piece, if you would like to see that as a condition of approval with more keeping the areas clean, that might be something that would be appropriate for consideration.
You have that in there now already about the maintenance and keeping?
We do have maintenance in the emergency use permits, not in the reso, but it's already in the emergency use permits as a condition.
All right, so it's already there?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So that could be a piece of guidance as well, but it sounds like it's
So we're talking guidance. So do you incorporate that language? Is that what you do, or what?
I think it's just good general guidance that as he's granting these type of permits, that the council wants to make sure that the areas are maintained appropriately. Does that sound?
All right, I'm okay with, all right, as long as it's strong enough.
It would be a condition of approval that he includes. He's already including those type of provisions in it, I believe.
Right, so we do have existing temporary use permits that already have the condition for cleanliness. So if we're talking about Marine Avenue, what we can do, I'm just kind of thinking out loud, we can do is just send out a notice to all those restaurants to let them know that they have to maintain that public sidewalk. Again, it's and we can incorporate some staff, code enforcement staff, just to kind of walk through that area and just try to see what is needs.
Because you're going to be notifying that those have been extended. The use permit has been extended,
we are going to
so
notify
this
them.
is a way to do that.
Correct.
Just to elaborate on that, do you have the administrative ability to shorten the hours if you are having complaints from?
Yes. Yes,
because I think it would be important to share with the restaurants that is a possibility, and so that they're aware that they know they need to be considerate of the neighbors.
We definitely can amend their hours, absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Muldoon.
I'd like to move staff's recommendation.
Okay. Anything else,
just ask
Mr.
for
O'Neill?
another-
Yeah, I have a few things.
Oh, I'm sorry, nothing.
No, I have a few things. First off, it seems like some of the discussion tonight has been trying to focus in on the complaints that are being lodged, at the same time talking about a bunch of different things, such as use of public property. The two restaurants that are being discussed are not using public property. So it's kind of important to have that in consideration. I recognize that there's some complaints being made by one particular person who I understand has a long list of complaints that have been lodged over the years, well before the COVID pandemic. So I want to point out that there are times when there are neighbor disputes in a mixed-use area that have been ongoing for quite some time. So it's probably worth just noting it's not a great idea for us to try to get involved in neighborhood disputes and neighbor-specific disputes, and when we're making policy discussions across the rest of the city. So it's probably worth just backing up for a second and remembering that those specific ones can be handled at the staff level, at a whole bunch of different levels. Not a great use of our time up here when we're trying to talk about the overall issues that are going on and as part of this process. The second, I agree exactly with Ms. Brenner that what she's saying, people are still wanting to be outside, and they are still wanting to make sure that they have an environment they feel safe in, and we should be making sure that we're going through that process. And another thing that's probably worth pointing out, there are due process concerns here. So if a person complains, that doesn't mean it's valid. That's why we go through this process. So tying something, like a permit to receiving a complaint is not appropriate. Having concerns about trying to pull back on the hours of operation because of a complaint is not appropriate. Like that's not how we do things in the city. It never has been, never should be. And so I want to point out that there are major differences between actual violations and also violations that would justify actually removing a permit. For example, like if they're a few inches off of something and they have a permit violation or a code violation, that's not a good reason to take away a permit. And so it's probably just worth mentioning that there are really good reasons for us to be having a discussion about this, which is, to Mr. Muldoon's point, the staff recommendation, while also making sure that individual complaints are handled individually rather than up here at the dais. Thanks.
Yes, I agree with what Mr. O'Neill said. Certainly there's a due process and there's process, but let me just be clear. When we have residents who complain, they have a right to complain and they have a right to be listened to, and accordingly, staff, I respect and trust staff, whether it's code enforcement or the police, will handle it appropriately, and that's what they should do. If there is a code violation, as the attorney for the residents spoke, that there were a number of code violations that were complained. So that's up to staff to differentiate between a complaint or a code violation. So I trust that they are responding to potential code violations and not simply complaints. And I think they know the difference. I do know that there is some public space in one of the restaurants that is being used. So that is a true statement. But my maintenance request applies to all restaurants. Not all are using public space. That is absolutely true. But those that are using public space should have that responsibility, and they do have the responsibility according to the language in the use permit to keep the sidewalks clean. So again, there's a difference between a complaint, but a complaint that results in a legitimate code violation is a legitimate code violation subject to the staff's determination. And it's unfortunate if we are critical of residents who live in their quality of life and has changed because the city council has taken action to extend hours of operation that affects the noise level in their neighborhood. And it's appropriate for a person, if just because they complain, then they are somehow considered complainers when they're trying to protect, and that's our job, is to also ensure the quality of life of all of our residents. And we have impacted people's quality of life who live in these neighborhoods, and we should be respectful of their concerns. So thank you.
Ms.
I
Brenner.
just wanted to sort of summarize what we've heard from several of us and from Simone is we don't take action on the basis of complaints against an establishment, even if it's a short-term rental or if it's a restaurant or whatever it is, a sober living facility. The actions are taken on the basis of citations that are issued, and those have to be witnessed by a police officer or a code enforcement officer. So I'm not concerned that anybody is going to be penalized just because somebody maybe has it in for them. It's more a matter of whether it's documented and observed and the process is carried out as it's supposed to be.
Thank you. Any more council comment on this? We have a motion and a second. Is that correct? Please vote.
The motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to current business. Item number 26, Resolution 2021-85, Lido Isle Community Association request for waiver of City Council Policy L6 and associated encroachment permit fees. Encroachment permit number N2021-0425.
Yes, Mayor, good evening. Mayor, council members, Dave Webb, your Public Works Director. I'd like to bring this item to you tonight on behalf of the Lido Island Homeowners Association. The representatives are here tonight to talk to you about the request. This is coming to you. Normally it'd be coming to the Planning Commission per your policy, but we're bringing it to you for various reasons. So one of the actions is you'll take that authority back. That's your action B. Action C in this case is to actually ask for a waiver. The staff report talks about the HOA would like to put holiday decorations on the Lido Island Bridge, which requires you to waive your L6 policy. I'll just also note in the staff report, just for full disclosure, is that we need to provide electricity. The only electrical outlet is a city outlet, which they've asked to use. It's a very small amount. I talked with Mark Vukoyevich about this, and he thinks it's about a 100-watt light bulb for the day. So I don't think that's a big deal, but I just want to make sure you know that. And then lastly, in the report, item E is actually, we're recommending a change on that. Both Councilmember Dixon and Councilmember Blom have agreed to split the encroachment fee and pay it out of their council discretionary fund, so they will no longer be asking for a waiver of the permit fees. So I do have representatives from the HOA tonight if you would like to hear from them. Shelley O'Sullivan's here, is the manager, and Sandy Warmbroof is the board member who would like to make the request.
Sure, please come forward. Thank you. Long haul.
Every month as the manager for Lido Isle, and the late night meetings are normal for me and Sandy.
Yeah.
She's one of our board of directors. So go ahead, Sandy.
Yeah, we just wanted everybody to know, the homeowners on Lido thought it would be really wonderful to make a contribution by the homeowners to how beautiful the city looks around the holidays. And we've had a dark bridge forever. I've lived on Lido Island for 37 years, and every time we're out on a Duffy rolling around, we go, why don't we have lights like Balboa? So we did make the effort to look for really high quality, commercial grade, UV rated, all that LED, energy efficient decorations, which will be a garland and wreaths, and decorated wreaths on each side. The wreaths actually hang on the outside of the railings so that they're visible to everybody on the water, people coming over the bridge, all residents, people in restaurants. The people who see it the least are actually the Lido Island residents. Because when you look at the bridge design, the top part has an open pipe rail, the bottom is concrete, so that the residents will see about this much of the garland as it drapes down. But it's beautiful from a distance, and it really makes a contribution, we think, to the whole holiday atmosphere in the city we all love. So we're hoping that, it ends up being a pretty big expense by the time you go commercial on everything and go for that quality. So we're already at I'm sure you have the detail, but we're already at about $23,000 just without the conditional use permit. By the time we get our MENA conditional use, the fees for the permit, by the time we pay for decorations and getting power to the bridge. So those two we've got covered, and we're hoping that maybe you'll consider waiving, oh, it sounds like you have. We don't have the fee anymore. So anyway, we're really excited about it, and hope you'll let us do this.
It's Christmas. It's
Yeah.
Beetle Island. What choice do we have? That's great.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly. It's too early to go that way. I mean, you know.
Just to clarify, we do have to waive L6 policy. We will
All
no
right.
longer be waiving the fees.
Okay.
Questions?
How was the money raised?
Through our association.
Right, just people contributed whatever they
Yeah,
appropriate amount.
taking funds out of our
It's
association.
coming out of the operating fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Great. Thank you.
The board approved it at the 2 months ago. The board approved it.
Thank you.
May I ask, do I have to recuse myself?
No, just given the dollar value, it's so low for the
Okay.
decision that you're being asked to make that it doesn't create a conflict of interest.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Do we have any other?
Enjoy it.
I make a motion to approve.
All right. Any public comment? Any further public comment? Seeing none. So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
All right. Next on the item on the agenda is motions for reconsideration, Madam Clerk.
A motion to reconsider the vote on any action taken by the city council at either this meeting or the previous meeting may be made only by one of the council members who voted with the prevailing side.
All right. Tonight we are adjourning in memory of Harry S. Rinker. Mr. Muldoon will tell us about Harry, and he had quite a life here. And George Engelke, Ms. Brenner, and Bonnie Jenkins, Mr. Blom. So in that order, Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight, we adjourn the memory of Harry S. Rinker, who passed away peacefully on August 23rd in his home in Newport Beach at the age of 100. Harry was a loving husband, father, grandfather, and great-grandfather who enjoyed a very successful career in real estate development and investments. Harry was born in 1921 and grew up during the Great Depression. He learned the value of hard work early by mowing lawns and having a newspaper route at the age of 10. Harry proudly served his country in World War II. He moved to Newport Beach in 1951 and became a tract home developer, building several thousands of homes in Anaheim and Garden Grove. He then transitioned to commercial development, constructing over 60 shopping centers and several hundred gas stations throughout California and Oregon. He discovered the beautiful town of Sun Valley, Idaho, almost 60 years ago and developed several high-end residential neighborhoods there. Harry was proud to be of service to others and give back to the community. Since 1976, he served on the board of trustees of Chapman University along with his wife Diane, contributing $15 million to establish the Harry and Diane Rinker Health Science Campus in Irvine. He also served on the board of trustees to the for Eisenhower Medical in Palm Desert and the Horatio Alger Association in Washington, D.C. Harry was a larger-than-life person who positively touched everyone he came in contact with.
Thank you. Ms. Brenner?
In memory of George F. Engelke, 11/19/1935 to 8/12/2021. George Engelke was a resident of Newport Beach for 60 years. He was born in Hollywood, grew up near Griffith Park, attended Marshall High School, then Occidental College, earning a BS in physics and his graduate degree in mechanical engineering at Caltech. After working in aerospace near Manhattan Beach, he moved to Newport in the early 1960s, where he began working for Research on MacArthur Boulevard, a job that included rocket testing in Gypsum Canyon. George was an accomplished body surfer hanging out with a bunch of other young guys and gals at 15th Street. He had a unique style of body surfing with his arms at his sides, shoulders bent forward toward the sand, head down. He would patiently watch the sets, often getting the biggest waves. 15th Street was a hotbed of stories in the 1960s. Skip's Stuffed Surfer was there, and the iconic Fry's Market. It was known that if Tom Fry caught a kid shoplifting, he'd handcuff him to a post in front of the store and call their parents to come and get them. The police weren't ever called. Wanting more beach time, Jord applied for a teaching position at Cal Poly Pomona and ended up teaching there for 45 years, heading the mechanical engineering department and doing that drive from Newport. He met his wife, Denny Lynn, on the Endeavor sailboat he owned with 2 other guys. They married in 1970 at Christ Church by the Sea and had their reception at the Pavilion. They enjoyed beach life together with walks on the boardwalk, meals at Original Pizza, Delaney's, and the Chart House on PCH. They purchased their first and only home in Corona del Mar in 1972 and raised their 2 sons there. The beach remained a priority with daily treks to Lifeguard Station number 5, paddleboard games, teaching his boys to body surf, and beach parties. It was the old Newport, and it was good. Not fancy, but good, just like George. He is survived by his wife, Denny Lynn, of, I believe it's 53 years, his 2 sons, Joe and Ben, and 2 grandchildren.
We will also adjourn tonight in memory of Bonnie Jenkins, a 26-year resident of Balboa Island, beloved wife, mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. Bonnie Susan Jenkins was born in Rochester, New York on April Fool's Day in 1947. She knew challenge from an early age when her brother James was hit while riding a bicycle, which made him a quadriplegic. This affected her deeply and devastated her as she had to work through this tragedy. Bonnie kept her spirits high and used the difficulties of her past to create a vibrant future. She was married and had 2 beautiful children, Bridget and Kelly. From her love, the family continued to grow as she was able to watch her children become parents and her grandchildren become parents. She was blessed with 2 grandchildren, Randy and Amanda, and 4 great-grandchildren. Bonnie started her career as a legal secretary, yet she wished to give more to the community. She decided to move to Hawaii to go back to school to become a teacher, where she earned her Bachelor of Arts in English at the University of Hawaii. The family then moved to Newport, where she received her teaching credentials at UCI. She was a teacher for 20 years, most of that time teaching kindergarten. She earned numerous awards for academic achievements, and her kindergarten students and their parents would come back to her year after year, stating how much they appreciated what she had done for them and how much she loved her. Earlier this year, she was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. She was given 1 to 2 years. She continued to fight and underwent chemotherapy and operations multiple times. She fought through the cancer, was said to be in remission. The cancer returned and the treatments became harder and harder. Bonnie passed away, always fighting and always showing the strength of love and family.
I think they turned off the air.